And hello and good morning from St. John's, Newfoundland. We are on day 6 of Canadian Nationals 2026 for Canada Powerlifting. My name is Jordan Phelps, and I'm sitting here with...
Gregory Pike. Happy to be here. Good morning, Jordan.
Good morning, Greg. All right, so we have some 69-kilo junior women beginning. We're starting with Tanya Iosovich. I'm hoping that I'm going to get every name right. I will guarantee that I will not, so I will probably hear about it later, but we will do our absolute best for you. That's just a nice, clean opening.
What a great way to launch the whole event. That's great. 3 white lights. The lift is good.
There we go.
Now we have Ella Lord coming at 125.
Product of New Brunswick. So, when did you lift this week, Greg?
I lifted on Tuesday and I lifted yesterday.
Oh, wow. Nice, busy week for yourself.
Yeah, no, and it's a lot of fun. Whenever I wasn't sort of involved with the lifting, I wanted to be involved with the volunteering. So it's, I'm a local guy. I live here in St. John's, so I wanted to just make this go as well as possible.
Well, that's awesome.
Yeah. How about yourself?
I only lifted on Wednesday, but I have been here all week volunteering. I think I've done every roll this week, so I am so very tired. But and yet you keep coming back because it is so much fun to be a part of.
It's such a nice opportunity, and I think everyone's actually fairly exhausted at this point.
It's true.
But it's nationals. You know, it's such a great time to be here and be a part of it. And next week we'll all be gone back home.
Hopefully, weather holds for us. Next up, Ariane Sharon, 135 kilos out of Ontario. Tack on 10 kilos onto the bar for her. Make it 135. Nice and quick. Let's see there. 3 white lights.
I think that was only 5 kilos under her PR, so that was a really nice move.
You see a lot of the juniors and sub-juniors, they're hitting their PRs on their seconds, and they're just blowing past them. They're hitting or even exceeding them.
Yep, they're really doing some amazing stuff, and I think it's great to watch. I'm showing my age here, but it's great to watch younger lifters because they get so strong, so fast. The progression is really inspiring. And they're just doing amazing things. Whereas, when you get to my age, if you add a couple kilos a year, you're really happy about it.
Yeah, sometimes I'm amazed when I just show up. That was Mount St. Gelais from Quebec. I think amazement can be in different aspects, Greg. Some days I'm like, I made it to the venue, I got my coffee in time, and I made it to weigh in only an hour late. I'm amazed. I'm blown away by
appreciate that.
Yeah.
I'm amazed too.
Perfect. Ariel Aitken, I think Guignard, possibly Guignard, but regardless, Ariel. 69-kilo junior out of Ontario.
142.5.
And so we have our first depth call. I will be watching for that. I'll try and give my expert analysis. I am a national level referee with Canada PL. So I'll try and provide whatever context you would like for any of the lights or some of the referee perspectives.
Fantastic.
Anything else you need to know about the nitty-gritty rules?
I'm going to quiz you and get all the info out of you. But first up, let's look at Camille, and then we'll sort of bounce back and forth between the lifts and the stuff that you can tell us.
Yeah, and Camille's out of Quebec, so I'm assuming it's Camille Plenet. Good for depth there for me.
Yeah, good lift. Okay, so, and especially for the folks at home, because a lot of people are watching, family members, loved ones, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
So when we talk about depth, it's not how low can you go, it's gauged by the hip crease being below the top of the knee.
Yes.
Not parallel, but just below.
Just below, yes.
So when we say hip crease, What exactly are we looking at there?
There is a crease and like a divot right beside the hip that forms when you get into that deep squat. And so depending on your body shape, your frame, how far you lean forward, that can exaggerate or hide the crease to a certain extent. So if you have a more upright lifter with a longer like femurs, a higher, longer upper body, they might be leaning forward more, and that might artificially look like the hip crease is shifting, and so that can actually make it much harder for them to hit depth. Whereas a high bar lifter with shorter legs, it's a more exaggerated crease. It's much easier to notice far quicker, and so they might have a slight just biological advantage in that regard, just for visibility. So
Sure.
it can be kind of unique.
Just a comment there. Paige got her lift.
Yep. And now we're going to move on to Helen Barkley, 150.
Now, a good friend of mine and an excellent squatter who's not in competition was watching the other day, and he's like, "What's going on with the feet?" And so once you walk out, I mean, you can do a jig with this thing on your back if you want.
Yeah.
But once you're stable and looking ready, your knees are locked, we look to the ref, the head ref, to say squat, and that's the command.
Yep.
So from that point on, tell us what has to happen with feet.
As soon as you get the squat command, you are not allowed to move your feet on the squat at all until you are given the rack, and then you're allowed to walk in with the assistance of the spotters. You're actually, a lot of people don't know this, you're actually allowed to get spotter assistance walking out on squat. So they can actually support the bar and help you walk out until you get set up. And no one does it,
I've never seen it.
but you are allowed. There's a lot of things that you are allowed that people just don't do. But that is one. But yeah, you can't. Well, first off, she got that lift. We're going to move back up to the top to Tanya for 130. But yeah, there's different lifts will have different rules. So on the squat, can't move your feet at all. You can rock slightly. You can rock slightly on deadlift. Sure. And you can't lift and move your foot on bench, but you can slide your feet.
Yeah.
So it's interesting how there's just these slight variations.
And there's a style of bench pressing where you'll see the heels all the way up intentionally, and they're on their toes. And for the IPF and for Canadian powerlifting, that's not approved. We have to keep our full foot planted.
Flush as flat as the shoe allows. So some shoes will have just the slight rubber curve on it. You're supposed to ignore that slight curve on the edge.
That makes sense.
So it can be tricky, though. Some referees have trouble spotting that because they don't know if it's your foot lifting or just the shoe appears to be lifting. So do yourself a favor, thin heel or like a very solid heel at least.
That makes sense.
Yeah. We're going to head back to Ella Lord. She's going to attempt another 10 kilos on hers. This is 2.5 kilos from her PR as listed.
She's chosen to go without knee sleeves here.
What kind of knee sleeves do you use?
I've got some Inzer Ergo Pros that I got ages ago. They're very broken, and I love them. I'm dreading the day I have to replace them. I will say that a lot of the SPD sleeves are really awesome. They are a sponsor here as well.
They are as well. I have the SPD powerlifting sleeves.
What do you think of them?
I mean, the first time I put them on, I thought I was going to get a hernia, but I have very large knees and very large thighs. So I did get them on. I didn't get a hernia then. I did get one later, but not then. So there is that. That's a nice big 10 kilo added for Ariane. Maud Saint-Gelais, 147.5 kilos. This is also just 2.5 kilos from her PR, which is fantastic. This is not her first nationals. I believe this is her second nationals, which is awesome to see. Junior lifters having these experiences, enjoying them, and coming back out. It's awesome to see the sport grow. That looked good on depth.
Yeah, nicely done.
I'm trying to remember if it was Maud that got the one red light in the previous round on depth.
It is interesting too, because like you say, some of the lifters are young, but they've been lifting a while. They're very experienced. Some of them are showing a lot of maturity in their approach and their lifts. And now we've even got the youth lifters, so we're trying to catch even younger and get them into the sport.
Yeah, there was.
So they'll be experienced by the time they're sub-junior and moving into junior.
There was the one full flight of youth, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was awesome. I looked a tiny bit high, but it should be under. So we'll see. Yep.
Yeah, good lift. And on those second attempts, we tend to see things slow down a little, but we hope to see them still move pretty good. So you're going, you want the opener to be nice and easy, and then you take a reasonable jump to something that's hard but very doable for the second. And then the third, usually you go into the top area of what you think you can pull off on that day. So we're hoping to see very nice, smooth seconds here for sure.
Do you have a rule of thumb for what you do for your...
Oh no.
Insufficient depth. So that's a 2-1, 2 reds, 1 white. So the coach can go around and appeal that to the jury. They quickly conferred, shook their heads a couple times. I think he's going to get turned away real quick. And he does, so that's going to be a no lift.
That's all right. She can come back. She's got her third ahead of her, so she can try again.
See what she punches in for. Sometimes they'll take a little bit extra. They'll take like an additional 2.5 or something, just so that it's not the same weight on the bar.
And that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
So it's 155, and it was 152 when she tried that.
I always think that's funny too when people do that. Well, not the 2.5, but if they don't take that jump, why the coach puts in a card?
Yeah, there's no need.
There's no
it's
need.
It's going to automatically be there.
Yeah. I just go. I assume other people should do the job. I'm just going to...
Now, I will say sometimes, that table will panic and they'll say, well, we don't have your card. You're going to time out. They go looking for you. It's like, no, relax. I'm okay with the 2.5.
Yeah, that's fair.
But people want to make sure you didn't get missed.
Yeah. Got stuck there.
Yeah. But again, the third is coming, so she can try again.
Yep.
And she just got out of position there, and hopefully she can recover.
See, maybe I'm just not very nice. I just assume, because I think scorekeeper's the one role that I don't do a lot of. So I don't see it from that perspective.
Sure.
It's like I just do what I need to do, and that's it. All right, Helen Barkley. We're going to try and tack on 10 kilos here. Move it right 5 kilos under her PR. So this should be in her wheelhouse, so she can take either match the PR for the third or maybe beat it. So let's see how she's feeling today. That move, nice. Yeah, big smile there.
Very nice.
1 light on the depth. But moved quick. Watch there. Sometimes you just need a little bit extra weight to get deeper into the pocket. But
it's true.
Yeah.
It just locks you in different. There's a tendency, I think, when the weight is a bit lighter to sort of just charge in. It's got to be heavy enough that you react to it with a little bit of fear. And you lock in that extra bit. And you lift better when you do.
Yeah, you got to lift with the fear.
Ready on 2. 260 kilos, 132 and a half kilos for Tanya.
I've been amazed with these spot load crews this entire week. They have been going so quick, so smooth.
I think for the most part, this whole, the entire Nationals.
Oh,
It's gone really well. There are a few hiccups here and there where we're trying to work out the bugs. But it's become a very smooth operation. Good fight there.
Yep, sticking point there, but no downward motion that I could tell. Three white lights.
Good lift. So I think you were going to ask something about strategy. What's your strategy when you go through?
I typically open with whatever I can do for a double on a bad day is a good opener for me because I know I can lock it in. I can have the absolute worst travel, the worst everything, and hit that for a single, no problem.
Gotcha.
Then you get on the board. I'll try and take a decent sized jump up, shy of a PR on the second, and then whatever I feel like on the day for the third. That's it.
Nice. Maybe take that shot at that PR.
Yeah, I never know what I'm going for on my third. Unless you need a specific number for a specific reason or for placing, you just take what you get. So that's a technical fault. We got a red with a yellow. So that can be a number of things. That can be jumping a command. That can be shifting a foot. Given that it was just from the center ref, sometimes that is, he believes that they jumped a command, but it wasn't so egregious that the side referees noted it.
Sure.
I had a couple of those the other day where I was the head ref and I called a red for jumping a command, and neither of the side referees noted it because it was so close.
Well, and it really can be a microsecond.
Yeah.
You know, so I mean, everyone makes their call, and honestly, if it's really ambiguous and you can't tell, then usually if it's that gray, then people give the credit to the lifter and say
they should.
Yeah,
they
they should.
And that's why there's three. That's so that you can have those different perspectives, because the lifts need to be good, but they also need to be good enough.
Yeah.
That's the two to one all day.
Sure.
Good enough.
Sure.
Yeah. So we're going for a PR now. This will be a 2.5 kilo PR. Move her squats up to 152.5 for Maud.
These are nice jumps here, too. She jumped 7.5 to get to the second. Now she's jumped 5 more to get to the third.
She got it. She smiled. She knows that was great depth. Nothing wrong there.
Yeah, that's great.
And Ariel missed it on depth, and it was a 2-1, so she did have the one light. I think it was the right referee gave her a light.
So she's added just a little bit more weight now. She's going to sink that a little bit more now, I hope, and come out with the win.
Decently high bar. I think she'll be able to find it pretty easily here. Oh, it was close again. I don't know. Oh!
She got 2-1.
2-1, that's all you need.
The lift is hers.
Yep.
Nicely done. And that's the thing. If you can truly walk the line on depth and just hit it, that's a whole different skill. To find that and control that and not waste any extra energy by going any lower whatsoever.
That's fair. That's fair. I will also I look at all depth as a mind game too. On my first one, I sink it so deep, and then my second one I try to be deep enough, and then the third one I can try and cheat it a little bit, and I try and convince them on my depth on the first couple so that they're not paying attention to that.
That was a nice squat there.
That was a nice, really solid grinder there. That was awesome.
In training, I like to go all the way to the floor and bounce all the way up, almost in like a weightlifting style, more so than a powerlifting style. I like that range of motion.
Yeah.
But as it gets heavier and heavier, of course, you can't bounce that way. And I've got a smaller frame, so there's not much to bounce off of.
Oh.
So, if I get out of position at all, the lift is lost.
That one might have been a little bit high again, but we'll see. Yeah.
No, that's a shame. Good effort, though.
Definitely good effort.
No, she did not squat lower enough. 3 ribs.
So you have a smaller frame. Are you saying I have a large frame,
I
Greg?
said no such thing. I'm calling myself small.
I am comfortably well in the 120 plus category. I would need to cut a 74 kilo lifter to get close to the next weight class. So
If I were handling you, I would have to use an entire block of chalk to chalk your back.
that's right. I'm not so dramatic. I usually don't even. Somebody asked me if I like slaps on my back. I'm like, don't touch me. That hurts,
Yeah, I
man.
don't like that either.
I'm a delicate guy. What are you trying to do here, man? No tippy tappies.
I just want to hear, go team.
Yeah.
I'm good with
Yeah,
that.
give me a snack after. I'm 120 plus. I don't need physical abuse. Just snacks.
Lawrence Reed, here comes Garrett's lift. 247 and a half. That means
Paige
another
Crowder
pounds.
moving up.
Oh, yeah.
Nice. That look good.
Big smile,
Smile.
too, yeah. She knows she's good there. Three
Yeah.
white lights.
3 white lights. That'll temporarily move her into first. Helen Barkley has another attempt to tack on that'll shift her in that role. We'll see if she can lock it in. I remember her last attempt went real nice. And I think this is probably achievable because she's been doing 10 kilo jump, 10 kilo jump. So there's nothing off there for the pace.
Heaviest squat of the flight coming up.
Yeah. So this will be a 5 kilo PR for her in competition. She has recently competed at the Pan Americans, so NAPFs, in July 2025. So she has some international experience.
Lawrence ready on 2.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice squat.
That's 3
With energy to spare.
white lights for Helen.
And that's just building that total. That's good.
All right, let's go to our next
You don't want to burn out too much early on.
That everyone has to choose where they're really going to hit the gas because you've only got so much to give. And if you go hard on every squat, hard on every bench, what do you have left for deadlifts? There's a point where you're just done.
Yeah.
And deadlift is where you can make so much for your total. So if you gas out
Lawrence ready on.
as you're about to begin deadlifting, suddenly you're just not there anymore. You're really damaging your total.
So we're going to be moving on to the 76 kilo juniors. Amy Richardson's going to be starting us off here. As a lifter who often burns out on the squat and the bench, that hits very close to my heart, Craig. I usually go for that nice 2 solid deadlifts, and then my third attempt is usually just my handshake farewell to her.
Gotcha.
Where it's just that's 90 seconds of me time to go parade around and everything because you have 60 seconds on the clock to make your lift, and then you're allowed 30 seconds to clear the platform. So that's a solid 90 seconds. The rule book says I have
It's mine. and
for
you
my
can't
own
take it from me.
performance. You can't do anything about it. I'm done.
I'm going to have a performance
Yeah.
to use
Yeah.
next time I have that time.
Because you can walk out, you can wave.
true.
I've said hi to the live stream before on my third deadlift.
I love that.
So, I do it all.
That's a good squat.
Leah Shore,
was
122.5.
Yeah.
Good lift.
I like to go hard on squats. I love squat, and I don't know. That's just the lift that I care about a whole lot.
Yeah.
I'm not great at bench. It's very dicey for me. And so that's the one where if I'm going to try to dial back a bit, I might as well. And then as deadlifts start, I'll probably have another hit of caffeine or something, and try to get my energy back up, and see if I can pull something.
So we have a BCPA product, Lola Hopper. 125 kilos on the bar for her.
Come on, Lola.
I think I've seen Lola Hopper lift a few times.
Oh,
Just got off balance there.
Yes, she's good. Give the spotters and loaders a round of applause on platform 1.
Now it's tricky. I think we saw a few bars come down last night.
Yeah, there was a few big ones and a couple blokes that took little brief naps.
Yeah,
Uh,
and it's a dangerous scenario. So the rule is whenever you can, stay with the bar. Particularly, and I'm referring to squat here.
Yeah.
Stay with the bar so that the spotters can help, and it's a cooperative effort to get the bar up and in the rack, which also means not on the lifter,
yes.
and also not on one of the spotters. It's a hazard to everyone once that bar leaves the back.
Yeah. If
Well, that was very nice.
that was very nice from Caitlin Lawson. If squat starts getting failed and they're worried that they're pitching forward, one trick is to actually just put the bar right on the bench hooks
Yeah.
instead, because it's a little bit easier to get to than
Just
to manhandle
launch
it
into
all
the
the way
rack.
up. Yeah.
And that's certainly, I would think, much safer for everybody than, say, throwing it over the head or something.
Yeah.
Then it's just free fall weight. And there are stories of people the spotters getting their knees or feet significantly damaged.
We have Lily Mae Giroux, 137.5. One thing I've noticed, I love the Quebec team for their support. They are such a vocal team.
They are.
They have so many more people in the audience that always cheer for their team. Just not quite deep enough. She got the center white light from, that's Mayhar there. But unfortunately not quite deep enough on the sides. Depth is easier to call from the side than it is from the front.
Yeah. And pardon me. I do think the angle of our camera might be slightly different than the angle of the refs as well.
It is.
There's
This one is slightly lower.
Yeah, there's times I think the refs have the better angle to really judge, because there's some lifts that I would maybe call differently based on this, but ultimately I would I'd defer to the ref who has the angle.
Yeah, and you can actually see some of the referees, like the hands, the faces, and stuff in our feed here.
That was great.
So you can see the chief referee's hand signals, I think, right underneath the overlay on the left. So you can get an idea of where you are at in relation. So we're just going to keep on trucking along here. Next up, Bianca Burko Malvazio. I believe out of Alberta. This is going to be her second nationals appearance.
170 kilos for Bianca. Rewind ladies and gentlemen. We got Chris and we got our next fight on platform 2. First three lifters are Nathan, Ethan, and Kaden.
Really nice opener at 170. That's a great weight. Very smooth. Lots of room to go up from there. Next up is Anne Marie. She's going to have 172.5.
2.5 kilos platform.
Yeah, nice fist bumps. So we did just get one comment on the last lift where her shoelaces were undone. And although that seems a little bit innocuous, that actually was added to the rules and is active as of 2 weeks ago, that is a technical fault.
And there are a number of new rules that we should probably discuss because they seem minor, but they could be significant for certain lifters.
Yeah.
Now, tying up your shoes is, it happens, but tie up your shoes.
Yeah, tie up your shoes, do your straps. It is a technical fault if it's noticed, but at the end of the day, it's just a safety thing, making sure that nobody steps on the lace. Like the spotter loaders don't want to step on your laces, get you caught up or anything like that.
Of all the ways to get hurt, tripping on a shoelace is not something we should. Oh no,
Not quite there.
One of the interesting rules that came out is, and I think I think the logic is combined, though they're two separate rules. One is your hair needs to be back,
Yes.
and the other is your thumb has to be on the bar.
Yes.
And the thing is, they can't tell if your thumb is on the bar if you're really close to your shoulders and have long hair.
Yes. The thumb on the bar was because it said fingers on the bar, and a lot of people, there was a somewhat of a vague nature in, did that include the thumb or did they just mean the four fingers?
Sure.
And so there are a few lifters that wouldn't on squat, and so it could roll back. So a lot of these rules in this last update, it caused a lot of fear. And 3 white lights, so that's a good lift for Lola. She manages to clear that one up. That's good. She had the fail. She fell off balance on the first one. So
Yep, and she came back and got a really nice work there.
good to see her pick that up. Yeah.
It really gets to your head when you miss your opener, and it can throw you off. So really nice recovery.
Leah Shore up 130. But as I was saying in the rule book, a lot were added that were more clarifications than anything else, because they felt like people were kind of sneaking through in these gray areas, and they wanted to make sure that they closed those sort of almost innocuous things, and it caused quite the uproar.
I saw a whole lot of stuff on Instagram about that.
Yeah. But most of it was fairly minor. The biggest active change that I think is not commented on is that now handlers and coaches are allowed to assist lifters putting on their knee sleeves, and they weren't before. And to me, that seemed like the biggest gift
That is a big
that was given, and nothing was really, not much was taken away.
This is another case, I'm just going to interrupt for a second, where she missed her opener, and now she's coming out on her second to try to retake.
So let's get behind Lily Mae Giroux here. Audience is getting behind her. And that looked a bit better.
I think she's going to be okay there.
I think she's going to be okay there.
2
to
white
1.
lights, good for her.
She did the cautious front spin out through the back again. Make sure she doesn't walk under the upright. That is. Oh, we're getting a visit from Larry. He is one of our meet directors. Do you want to say hi, Larry? Here, pop on for a second. Here's Larry.
Welcome, Larry.
Good morning, everybody. Hope you're all enjoying the meet and our wonderful commentators. How's Greg feeling this morning?
Sore.
Sore this morning?
Sore but happy.
How's the week going?
Oh, it's been amazing.
Good.
And I think all the lifters are having a really good time. I mean, we've had a really good turnout in the audience the whole time. I think that, the other night we had over 5,000 people looking at the live stream, I believe.
That's fantastic.
Oh, wow.
It's really good, yeah. So, I mean, I think everything's just on wheels here. It's going really well. So
That's
nice job,
great.
Mr. Director.
What's that?
Nice job, Mr. Director.
Yeah, you're welcome. Anyway, enjoy your morning.
Thank you, you too.
And I'll get my headphones back, get all set up, enjoy a nice visit always. It's good when good folks come around.
And here's Kayla with 177.5.
Nice and steady.
Really nice, yeah.
Kaylee gets the racket, Kaylee gets 3 lights.
A couple of these spot loaders, I've noticed, they've been on every day, sometimes every session.
I think one of the really nice things that's begun to happen is we have when these events get organized now, they're looking for their spotters and loaders early, and in some cases, they're getting people on board just to make sure, okay, we've got good experienced people. It's not a case of running around the room to say, okay, we need somebody else who can
Yeah, we
help.
need some volunteers.
Yeah, and then
everything.
you get somebody who's just not familiar with the way that it should be done. So
Yeah.
I think we've seen some very good spotting and loading all week long.
Yep.
I'm not saying that as just sort of a fluff piece. I mean, that's actually been really high quality.
It helps for predictability in time, consistency in your lift, and that sort of consistency just benefiting Bianca with a nice 10 kilos added up to 180.
Very nice. I will say, I messed up the other day on my squats. Now, I don't sleep well before a meet. And certain things just, it happens. Before a meet, I do not sleep. And so I had maybe 2 hours sleep, and then I had to go lift. And I was absolutely terrified of squats. Just so much concern about it. So I came out, I took my opener, it went well. Took my second, it went well. That's a nice fight. Good job. And at 182.5. 2 white lights for Anne-Marie. In my excitement after the second went well,
Did you just go
I
smash
swear to God, I thought I said at 10 kilos,
Yeah.
and it was 20.
Oh.
So I wanted to call for 210. This is all on me. I'm not.
Yeah.
I wanted to call for 210. I said 220,
Okay.
and it went in.
Yeah.
And you cannot change your squat.
No, you
so
cannot.
I'm looking at it and had to decide. I'm going to walk it out. I'm going to see how it goes. And I knew the spotters. I'd seen how good they were, and I gave them a heads up to watch close. And I gave it a shot.
Just not quite there for Amy Richardson, but she got everything out of it. She hit 120. She wasn't able to get 125, but that's pretty close. You're not leaving a lot of kilo gap there, so that's good.
true.
You're getting everything out of it that you can.
Anyway, I gave it a shot, but the trust in the spotters was there. And they were terrific. So, I messed up. I still got to play and take it for a ride. It's not good strategy. We talked about strategy earlier.
Yeah.
This was the opposite of strategy. But it's great to know that if you can't make the lift, you're in good hands.
That is key. You got to have that faith that you're going to be okay at the end of the day. You're out there to do something that is so difficult, and you need support to be able to do it.
Yeah. And honestly, if you come out and you're looking at some folks and you're like, I do not trust this crew, you're just not going to make the same attempts. And we want to see max effort on our thirds. We want to see people do their very best to hit those PRs.
Definitely.
And if you walk out and you're like, man, what is this bench? This is a rickety rack sort of thing. All of this is wrong. You're not going to load the heavy equipment because you don't feel safe.
Yeah, I have one funny spot loader story actually that regards.
Oh, hit me with it then.
So my brother, this is back at a local competition, so it was pretty minor, and my brother's 6'7", right? And the spot load crew, the tallest person there was probably about 5'8", 5'7", and so the back spotter was like, "Okay, buddy, let's get this because I don't know if I can help you." When he was going out to the bar,
What a thing to
and
say.
my brother's like, "Wait, what?"
Yeah.
And so
You're on your own, pal. I'm just going to stand here.
So there was a few 120s and 120 plus lifters, and so I was handling my brother, and myself and a couple gentlemen that were experienced from the crowd. We ended up doing the spots on those lifters. So I handled him and then went and then back spotted him, and then went back and I back spotted his competition as well.
Wow.
And just because even the referees and the score table all heard this comment, and they're like, that's not ideal.
Yeah, that's unnerving. Yeah.
And you also want the spotters to feel safe too, right?
Absolutely.
No one wants to do an overhead press on a bar.
Yep.
So you need to have the right people in those spots for the right situations, and they were fantastic for everyone that was not a giant.
We had a somewhat similar scenario earlier where we had some very tall lifters, and looking at the spotting crew, we were quite good. It was still going to look like a pull-up.
Yeah.
And so what are you going to do here? Let's just take a moment to see this now. We've got 150 kilos on the bar.
This will tie her PR, and easily does.
That's so nice, yeah.
Probably could have gotten a few more kilos out of it, but the main thing is getting the lifts in.
Yeah. And maybe she's saving some energy for bench or deadlift as well, but that looked really easy. That was
Super easy.
really good.
There's also it is also interesting because like a lot of these lifters have to get so dialed in on their weight. They have to do the really close weigh-in. They have a lot of adversity getting down to the weight, and sometimes it takes into the squats and even into the bench before they're completely like reconstituted.
Yep.
Fluids, food, everything like that. Once again, fully in the 120 plus category here. Never had to do it.
Sure. I've done both. I've done some deep cuts, and when I did lifting yesterday, I actually came up a weight class,
Yeah.
which is way more comfortable.
Yeah.
But there's so many different factors, and when you look at somebody's Instagram and you see like how are you lifting, how are things going, and you know you have a sense for what they're capable of.
So
And some people will even post these are this is what I'm shooting for.
yeah.
And then they come out and they don't get it. Sometimes that's because you know what they've flown, they've had to sleep in a strange bed, they've had strange food, they had to make a weight cut. There's so many different factors, and to come out and then do your very best.
It's still moving. I don't know. No.
Nice effort though.
Yeah. So she's currently sitting. Whoa. Somehow.
She got a white
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Mehar's looking over. He's shaking his head. He's laughing at himself now. Sometimes you tap the wrong thing,
Sure.
the wrong button, and you're like, oh, nuts. It does default to whatever the last thing that you pressed is. So
Okay.
if you hit it, you do have like a half second to hit something else before it gets locked in. So just in case someone didn't know that, you can try and correct yourself.
That's good information.
Yeah.
Bianca coming out now with 187.5.
Yeah. This will move her into first place after the squat portions.
Bars ready for tie, platform 2. Then Ethan and Yuri.
And then we're going to be moving into our Flight C, which is going to include our 84 and 84 plus juniors. How did that look for you?
Fantastic.
Let's see. 3 white lights. That is a happy lifter. Hopping off.
Well, and back to some interesting new rules. The no celebration rule, the no walking through the back rule.
Yes.
And there's a lot of conversation about it. And this is one of those things that people like to overreact to on Instagram, I think. But the rule itself, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not a ref and you are, and so you're more in the loop on this, but, it really comes down to just don't be absurd. Don't throw your belt all across the platform. Don't ruin it for other people. It's okay to be happy.
Yeah, and that's where it came. The don't ruin it for other people and the safety is where it came in. So the main thing that they're trying to do away with is the flips and the eccentricities like that.
Sure.
And also the throwing of the belt. There was a couple incidents where someone would throw a belt down and it was optically really bad, and that sort of imagery would go viral, and it really brought the sport, like it gave it some disrepute. There was also a belt that was thrown, I think it may be like an Asian regional, like an IPF. A belt was thrown and it struck a spotter in the head. Like it was whipped off enthusiastically, like in joy, and the buckle caught them in the head. And so whenever
Those are
that,
big metal
whenever
buckles,
that
typically.
happens, and there's like an injury, especially for like a volunteer position, it's sort of a wipe your hands. You guys are done. That's it.
You got to have some, and that's just it. There needs to be a rule so you can say, listen, you can't do that.
Yeah. And they're
You shouldn't have to say that you can't do that.
so unfortunately we got 2 reds on that one. We got 1 white on the side. Usually that means just like a slight tilt where one side looks good, the other doesn't. Sometimes you'll get the center ref on the one side, and sometimes you won't. So it can be so close there.
I think, too, we often assume that people are symmetrical, but there are cases where, somebody has an injury, somebody just has a certain sort of, just a lead foot. And, some people are going to always be a little higher on one side.
The famous example, world champion, perennial world champion, David Riggs.
Sure.
the legend of the 2-to-1. He lives and breathes off 2-to-1.
Sure.
And some lifters, that's what you need, and that's all you need. You need 2-to-1.
Well, it's true. You need 2 white lights, and he gets them.
Yeah.
Oh, that was very deep.
Nice and clean there.
And a good lift.
Yep, no doubt there. Megan Mose.
Lights on one.
I think Mose.
Bars ready on one.
I'd go with Mose.
Oh, here, it is a PEI product, so at least Maritime's related. You would go Mose?
I'd go Mose.
Okay, because we have a
Now, I might be wrong.
we have a coastal sort of thing where I'm British Columbia,
Okay.
and you're out of
Yep.
St. John. Well, I say coastal. I'm in the interior, so I'm kind of near the coast. Yeah,
I'm going to call it coast to coast. This is your coast to coast commentary.
there you go. Coast to
Amelia
coast.
Jackson.
So we have 2 red lights on that one. Also on depth, we have the side lights. Sometimes with some of the 84 plus lifters, depth is also very difficult to call. As a 120 plus, often selling depth is one of the biggest hurdles that you have to come from on. It's selling depth on squats and selling locked out knees.
Yep.
My brother might be really upset with me on this, but he had a soft lock on knees at his last competition, and I tried to argue that with the jury that his knees weren't soft, they're just fat, and it didn't work. But I tried.
You know. I mean, you had a shot.
I know. I thought it was impeccable. I didn't think it worked, and it didn't. But you gotta try.
You gotta try. And it's your brother, so you can.
You gotta try.
You're willing to do things to siblings that you might not
Yeah.
do to other people.
Yeah. Like, I'm a good person. I'm not a great person.
I'm just okay.
Just okay. I'm okay being okay.
Bit of a Firefly reference there, I think.
It is.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I love that. Perfect coast to coast, getting your Firefly references.
Yep. We aim to misbehave.
We do aim to misbehave.
I do think, we talk about the lift because we try to standardize the refereeing and aspects of all 3 lifts. But of course, all of our bodies are so different.
Oh, they are.
It's levers, it's femur length. We talk about all these different things. When we look at the larger lifters, obviously they can move more weight. There's an advantage to that. Weight moves weight, as they say.
Yeah, move.
But
Mass moves mass.
I know some. Well, some big guys too. It hits a point where they're out of room because the bottom of their hamstrings is against the top of their calves, and there's nowhere else to go.
Yeah.
Right? And if you're unfortunate enough that doesn't get recognized as depth, then how do you get any lower?
It's usually that's where you have to turn your legs out. You have to really artificially manufacture a squat to hit that depth. I remember doing a yoga once, and I was doing this yoga pose, and I was laying forward, and the yogi, the instructor, was like, "Oh, and we're just trying to lean a little deeper." And I lifted my chest, and I was like, she's like, "Oh, it's just sort of occupied there." And I was,
It's occupied.
and I was like, "Yeah." So I totally
She
get it.
put a lot of thought into that
Yeah,
phrase.
yeah, impeccable. Just trying to be really couth about it.
Yeah, I like that.
Isn't that sweet?
Yeah, that's good.
Oh, it's just
Yeah.
sort of occupied.
Boys ready for Trinity.
One of the things I do, I'm very jealous of, is the larger lifters can, and we mentioned bouncing at the bottom of the squat earlier. The larger lifters can work a bounce so well.
Oh yeah, the bop.
Yeah. Oh my God, I'm so jealous.
Love
of
a bop.
that. The leaner guys can't get away with it because you bounce, and you just end up going forward or backwards. It's so hard to finesse it back up.
Okay.
So I find I'm better off going a little bit slow and getting the right line up
So that one was 2 weights on the side, 1 on the red on the front for depth. Sometimes that is an angle question. So that's where your body and the way that you're tilted, it exaggerates that appearance for the head ref, but still looks clear to the side. So often that's just the squat structure that looks slightly odd from the front.
You mentioned that earlier. That's tricky.
And that's why you can sometimes get those sort of erratic lights where you're like, well, how did I get a depth call in the front? That's harder to call. Well, yeah, it's harder to call. That's why.
Sure.
And that's, angle issue. So we have one more depth call from the right there. But once again, 2-1.
Yep.
All day.
And now we've got Alinka. I hope I'm saying your name right. Trying to get at 145 again. She did miss it the first time. So we're looking for redemption here and to get her back on track with her program.
We got Charlotte first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Alinka is up next. Charlotte 142.5. This will be the second attempt. I'll try and get back dialed in. We'll talk more about Firefly later, but in the meantime, Charlotte 142.5. And like we've said, it has been a long week. It has been a fun week, but it has been a long week. So we are doing our best. That looked good there.
Yeah. Okay.
One red. So one thing I've noticed from this competition so far is that there's less calls on the front lean than I would have thought there would have been. On a forward lean.
Yes. So now I'm going to say a bunch of things that might get me in trouble.
Oh, no. Don't get too in trouble. We
Well,
also have to watch this,
I am
too.
to misbehavior, remember?
I believe that.
Sorry. I went back there already.
Well, our next two lifters, they need to get one on the board, so save that thought. I really want to dial in here for Alinka. Bernici. Let's see here. So that looked high.
I think that was great. Really?
That looked high to me. But we'll see. One call on depth, okay.
But 2 white lights?
2 white lights, that's all you need.
She's in the game.
2-1. See, it is funny, though, just being like, your just instant thing is just like, that looked good. And I'm like, oh, it looked a little high.
Well, and you're a trained ref. I'm just
yes.
a guy. So, like, I'm
you're
watching.
a good guy. You're a good guy, Greg.
Thanks, buddy. But, it's hard to make the calls.
It is. And that looked fine. That's going to
Yeah.
be 3 white lights for depth.
I've got the luxury of being able to just sort of be the guy in the armchair and say what I think. You've had the training because as a ref, and you're not reffing right now, but
I am not this moment, yes.
when you are in that chair, it's not a luxury of saying, it looks good to me. It's you have to make the call and enforce the standards, and you sometimes even have to defend your call. There's a lot of responsibility there, and I'll admit I don't want that. I don't want to have to look at somebody and say, you know what, no, you're out. You just bombed.
I've been doing various amounts of like officiating in different sports since I was at like 13. My father was very supportive of being involved in an organization, and if you're going to participate in the sport, if you're going to live, you should volunteer, you should officiate, you need to be on both sides to make it a success. So I have been doing this since I was a child, so I have no qualms.
Nice spoken, I think.
And you are hearing
yelling over there.
Yeah, a lot from the other side. Unfortunately, there was no lift on the other side, but you had a good lift on our side. 3 white lights over here. But I interrupted you earlier. You were going to say something. I don't know if you remember what you were talking about when we dialed in.
I truly don't.
We aim to misbehave. We don't aim to remember.
No. It's been a long week.
I like the bops on the legs, getting hyped.
I'm not sure. Maybe it'll come back to us.
Maybe.
See what the judges say.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
No lift. Do not struggle.
And that is tough.
But she did get her opener in.
She did get her
and so strategically, there's a comfort in that. Whereas if that happens on your opener, it's dear Lord, because you need one squat, one bench, and one deadlift.
I would
to
not
actually
be surprised if she goes up another 2.5 or 5 kilos, because as a bigger lifter, when it flies like that, you want to get that depth. You need that weight sometimes to be able to sell it. So I would not be surprised.
Oh no, she went with the same number.
Okay.
She put in for another attempt.
Let's see if she gets it dialed in then. That looks pretty good here. Let's see. Good enough. 2 to 1.
And that's 2 to 1, yes, as far as loaded on 2. Because you beat it, Kaden and Nathan.
We got Trinity up next. She's going to be taking our heaviest squat, I believe, of this session. Or no, we've got 4 left. This will be 185. This is our heaviest squat so far.
Yep. 185 coming up now.
Yeah, and she's just an 84 kilo as well.
3 white lights for Yuki. Kaden Oliver. 300 kilos.
Now she does have her Velcro straps open. Is that something that? Oh, she almost got. No.
She got off balance there. Also, it is a violation. That is not allowed.
Yeah, I didn't mean to bring up that question in the midst of a
Yeah.
challenging lift there.
Nice job, Spiders.
Let's see what happens. Hopefully she's doing okay. She looks all right leaving.
Alexis coming up on 187.5 kilos. The bar is ready. 3 white lights, Kaden. Here goes Nathan, then Tate. That's on platform 2.
Now I've not seen Trinity's handler come out with a next attempt, so I would imagine they're just going to take a bit of a break back there, and hopefully.
It'll automatically put in for 185. So that looked fine.
It's tough when it goes over the head like that, though.
It is.
3 lights. And to lead.
My brother actually, when he fails his lifts, he leans forward like that too, which is particularly problematic, being the 6'7". So, yeah. I think he hates his height now, by the way, because of children. I don't know if you knew that. I think he willingly rounds down now to 6'6" just to avoid that.
I don't blame him.
So we have Angelique Roy. 2 to 1. Good enough.
3 lights left for 1. How about Alexa?
And Alexa Solichuk. She's going to add 12.5 kilos and is going to be our new highest squat of the session so far. 195 kilos on the bar for her. And she is being coached and handled by Jeff Butt. He is the other meet director. You met Larry earlier, so that means you will definitely not get a cameo from Jeff. He is busy.
Those guys have been flat out busy this entire time. Oh,
That
yeah.
could
She came
be
up so fast, but
that
that's
could be
sticking
downward
point.
motion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. That's a shame. So much strength there, but that one moment there cost her the lift, unfortunately.
And she did have a red and a sublight red as well for depth on this side, because with this system, you can only do 1 red light.
Bars ready on 1, bars ready on 2. 310 bars ready on
You can only do 1 red.
100.
He went to appeal the lift and got pushed away instantly. There is no extra favor for meet director.
No, there is not.
No.
And there shouldn't be.
No, there isn't. No, everyone is impartial. I do my best to not even pay attention to what the lifts would mean for the lifters, like where they're at ranking wise. I do not even pay attention to any of it.
Yeah.
I make a
You,
point.
you need to be objective.
Yeah.
And, you know,
And at the day, like I want them to succeed, but I'm also entirely indifferent to how they go about it.
yep.
And I have to be when I'm in the chair. When I'm not, I'm clapping. I'm stoked. I'm watching all of it.
Yeah,
but
that
in the
makes
chair,
perfect sense.
that's it. Blank slate.
I'm cheering for everybody.
Yeah.
But I do want to think and know and believe that, you know, the rules are enforced. And even when they come up with rules that I don't quite like, okay, but let's have them enforced properly
Yeah.
across the board.
Fairly.
And so we all know the playing field.
Exactly. It's all about having fair play. What's
Yeah.
the point in sport unless you have fair play?
Oh, seriously.
Alinka, she's going for a 10 kilo jump up. This is 10 kilos below her PR, so I think she's probably, this is what her projected second was going to be. That could be high. And it was. See, it is tough, and I know it's a tough angle because I see you shift back, and you're like, dang it. And I get that. It's tough. I'm trying to imagine what it would be like for me if my perspective was slightly different. Sure. And given all of my practice with that and the amount of videos that have been thrust in my face over the years, being like, what do you think of this?
Sure.
And you're like, oh, okay, all right, I'll do my best for you.
Some folks have a real skill for looking at that from whatever angle. And they just process it. They don't need to get down on their knee next to somebody to see the depth. Nice fight.
And
I
that
hope
looks
she's
good.
got that squat.
Yep.
Yep, 3 white legs.
You
good.
are allowed to be off balance. You are allowed to have it shift excessively as long as it doesn't go down. And by definition, it is down the length of the bar. The entirety of the bar has to shift down. So you can tilt on the way up and then bring it back to locked out. I had a lifter at one competition that I swear he was at about a 45-degree angle, and he still managed to stand it up straight and get it locked out. And at the top, it ended up probably at about a 15-degree tilt still. Okay. He still got it, and every ref was just staring at him like dumbfounded. We all thought he was going to fail, and he got it.
But he got it.
And by rule, technically, that's fine, and that's what you need. You need technically good.
Yep. And that's when you really do need to know the rules, because somebody else might look at that and say, no, that looked like a down. It wasn't a down.
Yeah,
it was
you
a
see
tilt.
way cleaner and not get lights. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
She's happy with that, too.
She is happy with that. And they are too. That is 3 white lights. Big hugs.
See, that kind of celebration is never going to be a problem.
No,
That's just nice to see.
That does not bring anything into disrepute. That is just happy. That's joy. We want that. We want that happy feeling. We want that excitement, the cheers, the jumping and everything, and the hugs. Like, do that. That's awesome.
Come on, get up there.
It kept moving.
Nice.
I think depth was fine. I think that's probably clean. 3 white lights. Yeah.
Good job. But that's what I look for in a third. I want to see that kind of effort. I want to see that kind of win.
And this,
that's brilliant.
upcoming here is Trinity. She failed. She had the bar go over her head on her last attempt. So I see them looking on. So
well, they put in to take, because you have to actually write down that you'll take the same weight. So yeah, here she comes.
No. Let's see.
We'll return to that thought in a second.
She's being coached by Colton LaJeunesse, so hopefully he gave some quick tips, get her amped up. I'm going to tune in here, get behind her.
Oh, good job.
She pushed it out. She might not get depth, though.
deadlift.
They say she did not squat
So
long
I
enough.
want you to correct me because maybe I made a mistake. Now, if you get your previous attempt, you automatically go up 2.5 if you don't enter
Correct,
a card.
yes.
If you miss that lift,
You repeat the weight.
okay, so it's not an automatic.
No.
Okay, I always thought you had to
It-
go back to actually say I want to repeat that attempt.
No, you if you only want to move up by 2.5, or if you want to just do the same weight because you failed it, you don't need to put in a card.
Fair enough.
And as like a coach or a handler, sometimes if it's a failed weight, if I'm fine retaking, I'll just go and stay with my lifter because I know it's going to get punched in anyways, and I want to make sure that they're mentally right. I don't want to ditch them that second because you only have 1 minute to put it in, right? So sometimes
Good
it's
fight there,
easier.
really, but unfortunately, two grabs.
That will happen. You'll notice a lot of depth calls on the plus categories.
Then Angelique, then Alexa.
Well, and it turns into, it's a conversation about the levers, I think,
Yep.
where it's just, certainly lots of strength. It becomes a challenge to get that depth.
It does. Let's see if Alexa's coming out. Oh, yeah, here she is. Yep.
Let's go
Coached
now,
by
Alexa.
Jeff Butt.
And her last lift looked very strong, very quick. There was just this one sticking point
Yeah.
that kind of caught her. So let's see her.
She did have that one depth flight as well. Oh, I was going to mention
Oh, you
the
have good
lights.
memory
Yeah.
for this.
That
Oh, come on.
she might have done it again.
Yeah,
I
that
think
sticking
that
point.
probably 3 blues. Nope. Depth, 1 blue, and a white. Okay. We're getting the gambit. That's the same lights, but every single one is a different rep. Everyone shuffled.
Now, excellent question for a national referee.
Yeah.
Can you appeal the different reds? So if I want to turn that into 2 white lights, can I appeal all the different arguments to say, just
You
overturn
can
one of
try.
them?
Yeah. Where you might run into issues is if the referee thinks that there was 2 violations, because on the system you can only tap 1 light on these systems, even if you think there was more than 1 violation. You can pick which one you think is the most egregious, or you can just hit whatever one you just want to. It's
Sure.
a fail either way. Oh, what a grind.
Love that.
Angelique, wow. 195. That is good. Clean. That's fantastic. We're going to move on to the next, the heaviest squat of this entire session. 197.5. And see if we can get another clean 3 white lights. Do you remember the old light system where it's a direct lights, where they have
Yes.
a little? Okay.
Yep.
So those ones you can hit multiple, and it'll pop it up. So like if you really want to make a lifter feel bad, you can hit all 3 violations.
You failed in every way
Yeah,
possible.
every way
you could
possible.
actually say that.
And as much as that is like make them feel bad, it's also make everyone know which violations occurred, that there was multiple. And so that can provide clarity. Oh, yeah.
Well
That looked
done.
good. Let's see if she gets anything for depth. And she doesn't. She's good. 3 white lights. Perfect. What a way to end.
That was brilliant.
Yeah.
And I feel like that old system, they had to change it because imagine the moment they're saying, well, why did I fail? And they go and they look at it, they're like, oh, no, you didn't just fail. You
Yeah.
are a total and complete failure.
Everything. If you
Yeah.
could fail in that way, you did.
We never should let you walk out. Just come away. That's horrible.
It is. But it is also a coffee break for us
Yes.
now, Greg. I'm going to go partake. So I am bidding adieu for now. So we'll catch you back here soon. So this is myself, Jordan.
And Greg Pike.
All right. Take care, guys.
Thanks,
we'll be right
guys.
back.
Welcome back, everybody. Here we are with Tanya. Tanya is about to take 67.5 kilos for her opening bench, and just giving some instruction on how she'd like to hand off.
Do you like it? Do you take a handoff?
I have two different answers. So if I'm lifting classic, then no, I prefer to take it myself. I find I get set up better and I'm more comfortable with it. I can't possibly do it by myself if I've got a bench shirt on.
Fair.
How about yourself?
I have one answer. I try to do as little as possible, so every time handoffs all day.
Fair enough.
I'm gonna save my rotator cuffs, and it's probably not gonna affect my setup at all, so might as well take it.
Now, follow-up question: have you ever had a bad handoff?
Yes.
Fair enough. Is there a follow-up to that answer? No.
Still.
There's no further
Still
story to
always,
that.
always gonna take it. I had a handoff and equipped where they went too far down, and I had almost 300 kilos on it.
And you had to press it to try to get your
I
strength
actually asked them to re-rack it for me, and then I retook a handoff again. Because until you get that start command, it's all you time.
Yeah.
So you can do that, and I just asked the side spotters to literally take like a little bit of the weight and try and help to get it lined up at a specific point. Yeah, when it gets that big, sometimes you need multiple people to be able to actually lift it into position and get it out in the right spot. So you just need to make sure that you communicate what you need. And I feel like that could have been a failure to communicate because it was in a foreign language, like it was at an international. So
That's tricky. Yep.
you do what you got to do.
Fair enough.
Nice.
Yeah.
You want a nice clean opener, and it helps just getting on the board. You want to get it on your worst day. That's mine.
You talked about your rule was, I want to be able to do it twice when I'm sick.
Yeah.
The test that I used to actually do, that we used to do, like our training group, would be, can you do it 3 times?
Yeah, I've heard that one too.
Yep.
Pigtails, I believe from.
Either way, it's just,
Yeah.
are you confident enough that you know you're not going to blow it?
Yeah.
You need that one that just gets you on the board.
I'll include some of my coach's commentary on that. This is from my coach.
Okay.
I'll remove certain language that he uses, where he's like, "This isn't cardio." So, we're like, "Well, what about like if you can do it like 3 or 4 times or something like that?" And he's like, "This isn't cardio." And I'm removing 2 choice words from that phrase. You can include them wherever you think is appropriate. You can figure out where they go.
I feel like I could sprinkle them all over the place.
Yeah.
They're
You have one before,
they just fit
one
in
in
everywhere.
the middle. I
Yeah.
know, right? He's a passionate sort of person.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Can I ask who is your coach?
Andrew Bryant, out
Okay.
of Kamloops.
Nice.
Andy Bryant.
Ready for Ella.
All right, Ella with 82.5.
It's a nice solid bench. We're basically starting off right in the above body weight range for everyone, which is awesome on bench.
Now everyone's kind of used to it
Interesting
now.
press there at the bottom. I have to just. It almost looked like kind of double bouncy on the torso, so she might have to be careful with that because she could get called for heaving. Because it kind of like bounced a little bit before it actually went up, so that was kind of unusual looking. I wasn't paying attention for that at the time. I just noticed it.
Well, I want to pretend this is about educating our audience while I grill you.
Okay. Yes.
And because I can learn a few things here too, if you don't mind.
Yes, by all means.
So, we can talk about technique, we can talk about the standard rules that most lifters are familiar with, but there are a lot of finer points. Like you mentioned the shoes earlier, and how you could end up being called for something like the kind of shoes and just how much you slope, all that. When we get into the touch,
Yes.
A few years back, they brought in this rule about elbow depth, and this was a way to stop the hypermobile lifters from just sort of really taking the bench out of the bench.
Extreme arch flex.
Yeah, like there had to be some pressing, and I understand the logic. But there is a point where I think, the mobility is a win for some people, and if they were able to use it, awesome. But now we're seeing a new discussion around, the so-called heave and all of this.
Yes.
And, so some lifters, they learn to sort of sink, and then I'm going to call it almost like a belly bump to get it moving, and then press through. But the momentum was coming from the chest or the diaphragm area. Can you speak to that rule?
Yes, I can try to. I can provide a bit of clarification. So the IPF is sort of the opinion that this is not a rule change, it is a rule clarification. That sort of thoracic distension, where the rib cage is almost being recruited into the bench press,
Nice word choice.
wasn't intended to ever be allowed. And so there was this sort of gray area where in the rules, certain referees were like, well, does it clearly state that this isn't allowed? And that trying to go with the letter of the law, when you don't actually know where that letter is where that can be really complicated, because then you're trying to provide context to something that isn't necessarily neat and tidy. And so they're trying to provide some amount of clarification, and it's still admittedly a bit of an ambiguous sort of description. So where we have been informed is that there is still a deep sink. There is still, because there is bigger lifters where if the bar rests on their chest, there could be a few layers to get through of the body before it's actually at that hard point. And you still are allowed leg grab. You're still allowed to do that. But if you intentionally depress your rib cage to sort of get that extra pop out when you push, then the press is coming from the chest, not from the actual arms. You're not actually it's the movement of the chest and the removing that cave. That's what provides that initial thrust.
Sure.
That's where it's a violation. If it is just someone who deep sinks, but their ribs are staying pretty much at a stagnant point, then that's still fine.
All right.
And so it is supposed to be clarifying. Okay?
Very cool.
Yeah.
Now, so I always learn to bench by, come down, soft T-shirt sort of touch.
Yep.
Maintain that pressure.
Yep.
Wait for the command, and then go.
Yep.
And, I'm seeing sometimes with the bench, you'll see sort of, it comes down, they got the touch, they get the command, and then you'll see a dip and a push.
That's a heat all day,
Gotcha.
every day, all day, every day. Any point where it goes lower on the chest after the press command is a heat automatically.
Good to know. Okay.
So that's been that definition of the rules. So I think all of it is just trying to make it more clear to lifters, but more clear to referees, to be entirely frank, because you want to have a uniformity in how rules are enforced, and different areas, different regions, different competitions.
Sure.
We're enforcing it differently. Some of them were calling the that rib, that thoracic sort of depression. And other competitions weren't. And that's on an international scale there we're making those calls. And so it's trying to provide a uniformity for enforcement.
Sure.
And so as much as it is for lifters to know, it's for referees to know how are we doing this.
Makes sense. And you really do want to see it the same everywhere, just because,
Fair, yeah.
Imagine going to an international meet and suddenly you're now faced with a rule that's always been there, but you never had to actually contend with before.
Yeah, and it's kind of there's a bit of an old joke, if you want to set a world record and you're from the U.S. or Canada, you do it at APFs instead of at Worlds. Good catch there by spotters. That is why you set your safeties properly. Safeties. I have changed I had only 18 lifters in my session that I was refereeing yesterday. I changed the safeties on 7 people.
Really?
Yes.
Was I one of them?
No.
Okay.
No, it was an all women's session, and it was sub 57 kilo. So no, you weren't part of it.
I guess not.
It's not all about you, Greg. But
Bars ready.
so we're well into the second attempts now here. We're at 85 kilos for Paige Crowder. This is going to be a 5 kilo PR. So this is a PR attempt for her. She opened matching her PR. And yeah, definitely some left in the tank. I wouldn't be surprised. Pack on another 5 kilos there. She'll probably land in the 2.5 to 5 kilo range.
The old school approach to safeties was quite often you'd see people just sink them. They'd trust the spotters to be there, and the safeties are almost tucked out of the way.
Yeah.
And the problem with that is sometimes the spotters are caught off guard, or just something really crazy happens, and the bar comes down on the lifter. And so you've been. I didn't know that this could happen, but you can step up and say, that lifter needs to raise those safeties more.
Yeah, I don't even talk to the lifter about it. I just tell the score table to change it to whatever I feel like I
make
think
it
is
happen.
most appropriate. And I had one lifter who was 39 kilos, and so I was like, no one is having a lower safety than she has. That is just there's no physical way to be that low. And like at the end of the day, like we set the safeties, we're not gonna set it too high for you. So like we're gonna protect your neck,
Sure.
but we might not save your face. We're gonna make sure you live. But at the end of the day, it is up to you to set the safeties appropriately. Unfortunately, no lift on one. We've got 2 different types of lights there. We had a red as well as a yellow. So the red probably was elbow depth. Because I don't even think she was wearing a belt, so it certainly wasn't the touching of the belt. I have to watch again. So we'll pay attention to that one. That would have been Haley Hunt. So we'll tune in. She's going up the extra 2.5 kilos anyways. So she's trying to make sure that she doesn't lose anything on what she was wanting to achieve. Helen Barkley up with 90 kilos. That's a solid touch, solid press.
Wow.
That one looked clean. And there's other things, like even you can barely see the feet on this video feed right now. Sometimes it's just the foot. Like the foot doesn't even have to lift. It can just turn in. Like the side can angle up a little bit for even just a portion. The butt can lift. This is pretty decent angle for being able to see butt lift. It is way easier from the side.
Sure.
Because I wouldn't be surprised if you see the heads of the referees dip down, particularly during the pressing portion, and they'll look underneath, and you're just looking to see if you see light. And see how lean forward the side referees get. They're trying to watch for all of those things, and it is difficult. There's a lot to look for. You have to watch head and shoulders to see if the head lifts. You're supposed to watch the butt. You're supposed to watch to see if the foot lifts. You have to watch for elbow depth. You have to watch for heaving. You have to make sure that you're listening to make sure that they don't jump any of the commands. So there is multiple things that you're trying to watch for. So sometimes someone will get a butt lift call and another person might not, and their butt come up. But that's because there's so many different things that you're trying to watch for.
Sure.
So I have definitely had times where I know that I've had a lifter, and this is as a coach, right, where their butt can sometimes come up on their thirds. So when I'm going out on their seconds, I'm reminding them to keep their head down. And I'm like, keep your head pushed into the mat. And I'll yell that a few times. And I know that the refs will probably look at the head a little bit more. And Greg, that's manipulative.
The fine art of distraction.
Yes. Because this is an art of good enough. We are trying, and as a referee, I know what's distracting.
Hey, refs, what's over there?
And
I need to remember that.
good person, not a great person.
You're just okay.
Just okay. You know what? I'm okay.
Yeah, I am learning a
Yeah.
lot today. It's good.
I've had that on a few of my live commentary where people are like, I didn't know that. And I'm like, yeah, no, it's weird, right? Yeah, I think I had one gentleman that I named Chris that I was doing a live commentary with the other day, and he mentioned something about locking of his knees. And I was like, well, you can just get the deadlift bar and like just get it pulled to the back, because then it's harder to see knee lock. And he's like, really? Well, yeah, it's further away. He's like, oh. Oh. I was like,
What other tricks do you have?
Yeah,
here?
I
No,
have so
I
many
just want to
tricks.
call attention here because you missed this earlier.
that looks fine
yeah.
there. Yeah,
I
whatever
think
it
that
was,
was-
I think she cleaned that up. Yeah,
Yeah.
3 white lights.
Good for her.
Yeah, you will have to call my attention back occasionally. It has been a long week.
It has. Yeah. I'm really going to miss this next week when I can't just come in and sit down and watch the nation's best lifters
Yeah.
over and over and over.
Yeah, you just got to watch your own clips.
Yeah, that's that's really disappointing.
Los Angeles pushing that out without problem. 85 kilos. Tacks on another 2.5 kilos for a total.
I do think the cruelest thing that you can do to yourself when you're recording your own lifts is you set the camera at bench height so that it catches the daylight if your butt comes up. And that's a humbling way to check your training.
See,
For me, at least.
Yeah, that's fair. I've never had an issue with butt lift, but that's just because I have a lot of butt. It's never coming off. So, yeah, that's one way to avoid it. Is get well into the 120 plus category.
Well, I mean, I did jump a weight class. Maybe I can keep that going.
And that looks steady. A little bit harder, but definitely steady. I think that's fine there. Yep. We'll tack on another 2.5 kilos. Building herself a nice tidy total today.
Yeah, this is another case where Hilly unfortunately missed her second. And that was 87.5, but she's coming out for 90 now.
She had a red and a yellow, so I'm going to be tuned in because there's a couple things there. So we'll see if we can pick up on it. She has a very wide foot stance. Sometimes that can indicate that feet can move. She might get an elbow call. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Her butt came off.
So her butt came up and there was an elbow call from the head ref. So once again, running the gambit there. Sometimes it is tough because, like, even as a referee, like, I try not to look at even what the other referees throw up as a light.
That makes sense because you
I
want to
don't
make your
want
own
it-
judgment.
I don't want it to taint my opinion. I don't want to see a yellow from someone and then be like, oh, I should probably look for the butt or something like that. It looked like a tiny like bounce on it. That was unusual. Yeah, but good look. Yeah. It's hard from this angle too because it's slightly off from what I'm used to. But yeah, so I try to do my best not to pay attention to anything that the other referees are doing for calls, what they're looking for.
That makes sense. You don't want to just fall into the trap of just agreeing with everyone else. You need to
Yeah,
make your own
and
call.
quite frankly, I'll go down with my own ship, even if everyone thinks I'm wrong. If I think I'm right, I'm sticking to it.
But that would make you a good ref.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Hopefully it does. Either that or I'm just wildly incorrect. Could go either way.
Maybe you're just very confident in your incorrect
Yes.
statement.
Confidence is key, though.
Either
I
way,
was also taught
I
confidence
respect
is
it.
important. Yeah.
I respect it.
Yeah, stick to your guns. Captain goes down with his ship.
3 white lights.
If I'm not back in 5 minutes, you come and get me. All right. Ariane Sharon, adding 5 kilos. This is going to be a 7.5 kilo PR, so she's already hit a PR, a comp PR today, and trying to move that comp PR up.
Looks okay. And the look is good. No more changes.
This will also bump her up into that 3 spot on the day with only 1 lifter left to go. Oh, no, just not quite.
All right, here comes Camille with 1.7 times her body weight. That's a phenomenal ratio for a female bencher.
I don't know if our audience can hear it, but Gino just announced this is 1.7 times her body weight. That's an impressive ratio there.
Very.
Yeah.
Plané. Oh, somebody requested his favorite weight on the other side, 302.5 kilos.
Come on, Thomas.
This would be a 15 kilo comp PR. She's already hit a comp PR. She started with a comp PR.
Oh, come on. Fight it up.
She's going to push it out. She might have had downward movement. Let's see. Yes, she got it. I thought she might get a 2 blue. I thought she might get a center and a right, or center and a, yeah. But just enough, and that's the key. Is that good enough? It needs to be just enough to convince 2 referees that it's sufficient, and you move on.
Sure. Well, that's a part of it too. It's you can really analyze this stuff forever afterwards, but in the moment, it's very quick. And you make your call, and you move on. If it has to go to a jury, that's somebody else's problem. You're looking at the next lifter.
Yep.
We had actually, I'll just tune in for this.
Amy Richardson opening up for our next flight. 60 kilos. Trying to get a number on the board. She's done 10 kilos extra. Yeah, 10 kilos extra before in comp.
We were doing commentating early, and some of the data we were getting seemed to be wrong. And in the same way, we weren't really analyzing it. So it was coming up, and we're like, oh, this is identified as being a record attempt. And we were getting a lot of them. Like a lot of them. And so we kept reading it out. We're like, wow, this is really cool. And we didn't have enough time to process, well, wait a second. This is like the same weight class. Like this, the math doesn't work here. And it took a moment to put that together. So like we've got some great technology here. But in the moment, you don't have time to assess, are we really getting this right? So we didn't mean any disrespect to anybody by saying this is a new record, because the current record holders had bigger numbers in this scenario. But in the moment, we didn't have time. So thankfully somebody messaged me and they're like, you're making mistakes here. So once we realized, okay, great, we can address that. And that's what I meant earlier when I said we're working on some of the bugs with the system.
Yeah.
It's working really good. I think most people are really happy, but every now and then you do make a mistake, and we try not to, but I apologize to anyone who I may have made a mistake with.
Well, you can see that part of it is the nature of the system. I believe that they skim this information from something called open powerlifting. And that's where a lot of the meet history comes from. So if we just look at like Kayla Overchuck here, one of her meet history listing was an 84 plus, and she's in the 76. So that means that there's likely another Overchuck with the exact same name as her, and they falsely attributed that competition to her. And it takes a while for that to be removed, and then she'll be given another account, so it'll be maybe like Overchuck number 1, Overchuck number 2.
I can see
and so
that.
it takes a bit for those things to be clear. And if they tag the wrong person, like they tag the wrong Greg Pike, then it'll list off the wrong results.
Sure.
And so they'll be going off the faulty information. So sometimes that's also just which one is clicked on. And you can actually pan through them on this system here to try and correct it yourself on the fly, which is difficult because there's also a lot going on.
Sure.
An example of something going on, Leah Shore getting her opener there of 82.5.
Yep.
Yeah, so there is some finicky things in this. So we are doing our best with the information. If there's anything really illogical, I'll try and point it out.
And I do think it's being refined, like on a daily basis. Things are getting figured out and fixed and improved, and I think this is very smooth, and this is the largest nationals we've ever had.
Yes.
So it's been a great tool, and I think as it gets refined, it'll just be better and better. That was great to me.
I think my one qualm is for record attempts, right? We know definitively which ones are national record attempts based on what is announced and what is able to be put on the bar. If it's able to be loaded with chips, we know that it's a national record because that's the only way that can occur.
And the confusion was on provincial records, where I think we were getting some flawed stuff, but still trying to announce it because it's cool. If you're getting a record for back home, then we wanted to throw it out there.
Yeah,
but unfortunately, our data sets seem to be a little
where
bit
the
off.
data sets can get screwed up because you don't know definitively. It also could have been beaten at this event already, and so that's where it could have been beaten in a junior category, and now we're doing an open. And so there's a lot of different records that can get set that are no longer pertinent. One of the things that I don't like is when they say that something is an unofficial world record, because you're also assuming that no one else has set an unofficial record at any other event.
That's
because
true.
at their own respective nationals, it wouldn't count for a world record. So there is many instances where a national record can be more than the world record because it has to be an appropriate competition.
Yep.
It has to be an international IPF competition to get a world record. So you could have, in the U.S., a national record that could be 20 kilos more than the world record, and we cannot tell that. We cannot skim every single national record database all at the same time to find out what the unofficial world record is. All we get is some of the official information that is as current as this data set is. So there you go.
Well, to hit that world record, I'm gonna quiz you a little more. What are the levels of referee? What are the categories?
They have to be an international Cat 2 referee minimum to be on the platform. Any international Cat 2, any international competition requires Cat 2 or Cat 1, Category 1, Category 2 referees to be on the platform, and they also require a jury of the same caliber. So I am just a wee national referee. So I'm good for this level, but not beyond. I'm working towards it, though. I am hoping to get to my Cat 2.
Very cool.
Yeah. Keep on working my way up. Inspired by the famous Cat 1 referee, Chris Robb out of British Columbia. Absolute legend in powerlifting and a fantastic referee. I think he might be addicted to White Monster energy drinks, but he is a legend in so many ways. That is one of his legendary characteristics. But one heck of a guy and one heck of a referee. So I think I picked a good role model there for my refereeing.
Sure sounds like it.
Yeah. If you ever get the pleasure.
But you don't have a White Monster there right now.
That's
so
true.
I'm just saying.
They don't have them here.
Oh, fair enough. I'll accept that excuse for now.
Yeah.
But
I think I had one.
you set your
earlier
goals,
in the week,
and I'm going to help you get there.
I
So,
appreciate that. Yeah.
We'll get you some White Monsters.
Yeah.
That's my contribution.
I appreciate that. I'm not from here. I have to walk to the venue. So right now, if there's a grocery store nearby I can get to, maybe I'll grab one. But until then, I'm just doing 2 feet in a heartbeat, and that's what's bringing me around town.
When we're off stream, we will talk. There are things you need to know.
Oh, the more. I'm going to get all the
With 185 kilos.
Lily Mae Giroux is going to be taking 82.5 kilos for her second. It's a 7.5 kilo jump.
All the openers were great there. So that's a relief. Everyone's now moving into their seconds. We've got one on the board already.
Do
Lily Mae
enjoy
coming
that.
for hers.
Nice little hop off. Do you wear different types of shoes for your different lifts?
I like to do raw. I just throw on one pair of flats, and I'll go through the whole thing in those. I like to notorious lift, but I just moved into, I'm going to say this wrong, is it Avantis or pronounced differently? Anyway, they're really nice grippy flat shoes, and I love them. For equipped squatting, I don't like it at all. I want to heel for that, and then I'll switch back over to any kind of grippy flat shoe for bench and deadlift. How about yourself?
First of all, that's a nice solid one there. I think I'm fancy. I usually have 3 pairs of shoes. I have different shoes for each thing.
Really?
Yeah, I have a heel on my squats. I have some just flat, grippy things for my bench. And honestly, I have deadlift shoes, but I normally just toss on the Chucky high tops because my deadlift's awful anyways, and I'm like, I just want to get it done. And then I want to get to my 90-second me time, where I get to wander around and do my handshakes and my fist bumps.
This
Actually,
was the
only-
first meet I remembered to go thank the judges before walking
Really?
away. Yeah, I usually just run away because I figured the next person's waiting.
Yeah.
This was the first one I was like, okay, I'm gonna take this moment and just thank everybody.
Well, now you know you have 30 seconds to leave the platform.
Me time. I'm gonna call it that from now
Me
on.
time.
After I thank everyone, I'm just gonna
Yeah.
still stand there.
30 seconds, just go around. I do fist bumps now. I used to be a firm champion of handshakes and stuff until we had a lifter. No, we had a lifter. I was one of the referees, and a lifter had a very hard time with the deadlift and the knurling. So since then, it is only fist bumps.
I understand.
Yeah, so if you've ever deadlifted very heavy, they can get very aggressive in the knurling. And so from then on, I'm like, you know what, I feel like fist bumps are more sanitary, and I'm just going to stick with that.
The old Hep C high five.
Yeah. Sorry for the loud laughter. That was a bit much.
Sorry. It's been a long week.
Yeah.
Fist bumps it is.
Bianca Burko Malvazio is going to be coming out for 95. Nice 5 kilo jump on her bench. I normally stick with a fairly modest jump between my opener and my second, and then I tend to do the small one. I think it can be anywhere from maybe around 10 kilos, 10, 15 kilos on my bench. I think 10 kilos.
Now let's put that in proportion.
Oh,
What's
yes.
your max bench?
My max raw that I've ever done, I think, is 192.5. Okay. And then my max equipped that I've successfully completed in competition is 272.5.
Amazing. Congrats on that, first of all.
Thank you. Yeah.
So, it does matter quite a lot percentage-wise, because sometimes, we're talking 10 kilos. 10 kilos for me is a different jump than 10 kilos for you.
Yeah, it's probably about 5 to maybe 7, 7.5. Probably 5 for you.
I'm not a good bencher. So I love talking to good benchers because,
That looked weird.
yeah.
Did she shake that off? I thought that was still in the wind. Damn, that one looked unusual to me. I missed that. I see the jury coming over because they think that they took that too early. I think that she's going to get a reattempt. So she's going to get a reattempt on that one if she wants it. I believe. So that looked weird to them too.
So let's talk about that process. When you feel something has gone wrong as a lifter, or your handler feels something, what is the process, and how do you say, I just want to try again, let us do it?
For a reattempt, it really depends on the cause. Because if you get one white light, it gives you the ability to go to
Amy
the.
Richardson, 67.
Trying to see if they're going to take the reattempt or not. I don't think they are. No, they're not. You can also choose not to.
Okay, fair enough.
Because sometimes, especially at the end of the flight, you are limited in your rest time. You get a minimum of 3 minutes of rest. So if you're the last in the flight, you get 3 minutes of clock for rest added to your 1 minute attempt. Okay? So they'll load 4 minutes on the clock, start the timer, and at any point you can come out and you can take your attempt.
So that's
And
4 minutes of your
That's
time.
4 minutes.
That's what I just
That's
heard.
4 minutes of you time.
Okay.
Yeah. And 30 seconds to clear the platform. So yeah,
Cool.
you don't forget that. So it can be very tricky because you don't want to burn yourself out in the middle. Because I've had times where I've had a reattempt and I go and take it and it just cooks me and I don't get it, and then it goes on to the next one, and I end up getting it on the next lift anyways because I had more rest time. And so sometimes it can be a bit of a double-edged sword. They're trying to do their best for you, though. So they have, like, you really have to be careful with it, though. You don't want to necessarily take it if you don't think that it's an easy lock.
Sure.
If it's easy, take it. If it's going to be a grind anyways, it might be worth it just waiting. Or say you'll take the 3 minutes on the clock and decide if you want to come out for it or not, and then just don't. And then now everybody gets 3 minutes more rest time.
Oh, you see, I would consider that a courtesy to everyone else.
It's a nice, tricky little favor.
That'll make you some friends.
You probably won't make the jury or the referees happy, though. So it is, once again, a double-edged sword.
Oh, that's too bad.
Being impartial, it shouldn't bother them too much, but still, they want to get to their coffee breaks.
Sure.
So that's no lift there for Kayla Overchuk. But we're getting some solid numbers. There's not a lot of weight left available. She just hit 87.5 and then the miss on 90. There's no amount of pounds that were missed.
No, I agree.
There's no gap there.
Yep. She got what she could get.
Yeah, 2.5 is the minimum jump, so you get everything that you can out of the bench, and you don't feel bad about that.
I've heard it referred to as getting your third on your second.
Yes.
You don't want to get your third on your first.
Yeah.
That's a worse scenario.
Yeah. That's the way that I feel at buffets. I don't want to. I want my firsts and then my seconds and my thirds. They got it. Yeah. I want it all.
I understand. I respect it. I think we should go hit a buffet after this.
That'd be fun.
It would be.
I'm only working the morning session today. So.
I'm doing the
Are you doing
afternoon
both?
session.
I'm gonna have to wait for you.
Yeah.
All right, for you, buddy, I will.
Thank you.
Okay, Lola Hopper, 95 kilos, 5 kilo jump. And then I think we're a couple away from Anne Marie, who would have been given the reattempt. I'm curious what she's doing. She's doing the same way.
Now, I wanted to ask you, because you are an accomplished bencher,
Yeah.
and you reference you have a shoe for benching. So what do you look for in that? What makes you bench in a pair of shoes and say, these are good shoes for benching?
I have a really, really inexpensive pair of shoes from Amazon that is just a very grippy shoe.
Okay.
It is very thin, so that there is not a lock that can really bend or move or anything like that. But the main point is, I don't want my feet to slip.
Sure. I
I know my head won't come up, I know my butt won't lift, but I know that my foot can slide, and so I want as grippy a shoe as I can get. I also, because I don't want to sink too deep now and risk the heaving calls, I like to have my feet slightly further out than I used to, and that increases the likelihood of a foot kicking up. And so I'm trying to prevent that. So I just want the absolute
Great lift there,
rookiest
by the
one.
way.
That was fantastic. It was Bianca Burco Malvasio. But yeah, as grippy as possible. Flat, flat bottom, and thin sole. So much grip. That's
And that wide stance, knees out sort of approach, that helps you keep the butt down too, doesn't it?
It can. The wider the foot, the more likely you'll angle your foot up, though.
And here comes Tate.
Fair enough. Gotcha. 3 white lights. Good
Do
work.
I like there? And Marie Campo. That's the one that she had the opportunity to take a reattempt. I feel like that meant that she would have been at the top end of her range.
Yep.
And so the coach was probably only wanting to get 105 out of the bench anyways. So she wanted to get that break.
Well, and your point was she could go now, or she could just take her third later. And the rest in between served her better, I think.
Yes, I think so.
It was a smart call. It was a
And
smart decision.
And so sometimes that is more advantageous just not taking it. And and just moving on.
Oh, yeah. Look at
If
that.
it's
That was
on
really
your
good, too.
third though, if it's on your third, you just take the reattempt because
Yeah.
I mean
Yeah.
that's all you get,
go for it.
right? You go for it. If it's your second, first, then you dick it. You figure it out.
Green lights on the platform. 2.
So we are 3 white lights, or good lift over here, and then we are going to be moving on now to our next flight.
Cars ready on 2.
Oh, we almost just saw a cameraman go down.
Good recovery.
He's good.
Yep.
You can see that in the back. We got a thumbs up there. So if you just rewind a few seconds, you can see it in the back. The flag's on the left side there. So we're going to be starting off with Megan Mose. 70 kilos for her opener. I've been trying to pay attention to the people going down or any injuries. I've got my I punched my EMR ticket a while back, so
Nice.
I'm trying to stay attentive to see if there's any first aids or anything they need, and I just hope that I don't have to do anything.
Well, there have been a few cases where people have asked, is there medical assistance in the building?
And ironically, I have been here the entire time. The 2 times that they've called out for it are the 2 times I haven't been in the room the entire week. One was during a 10-minute lunch break that I've had after, I think, 6 or 7 hours of being stuck. And it happened to be called right then. But you get what you get.
You get what you get.
You do your best.
And there is help in the building. A number of the lifters I know are in the medical field.
So Madison just knocked off 3 white lights there. She could run into some issues with soft locking on her elbows later on. When she first set up on the bench, her elbows were locked a certain amount, and then she did the press, and when she locked out at the end, they were more locked out. They were visibly different. They looked more locked out after the bench than they were before. So that can affect like her start command.
Because now they'll look
now
for
the
that
refs
extra
will
lockout.
know what locked out looks like for her. And so if they can remember that, they'll look to make sure that it is actually a genuine locked elbow. So it can be kind of finicky. Like you have to look and you have to pay attention to these things, especially early on, to see where lifters are going and what things look like on different people. And sometimes that can slip. So there's a lifter in BC that his lockout on his squat looks different than his lockout on his deadlift. And so everyone knows now what his actual lockout looks like. And he won't get as much benefit of the doubt at local and provincial meets. He'll get less of an issue at national or international events because they don't know.
Fair enough.
because his lockout doesn't become definitive until that deadlift portion, and there's no going back and changing anything on squats by that point. So it is interesting. Like, referees will learn to know lifters and know what is genuine, what isn't, after they see them a number of times. And so you can sometimes get the benefit of the doubt the bigger the competition, because they don't know you.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I'm learning all of the tricks from you.
Yeah. So if you're gonna fudge it a little, you gotta fudge it consistently.
I was ready for Nathan.
I feel like you're gonna learn so much. You're gonna be looking for all these things.
I am.
Yeah.
And Trinity.
I feel like a year from now, I'm going to be a ref. Just because I'm like,
You just out of curiosity, you're like, oh,
hooking
I don't
me
know if
into
I want to
this.
be judgmental, and then you're like, well, this could be fun.
maybe I
Yeah.
do want to judge everybody.
It's like, am I better than everyone? I'm not. But now I have the training to know that. A surprisingly soft touch from Magtario.
3 lights on 1, 2 lights on 2. I was ready for Katie, then.
I tend to assume most 84 plus, most 120 plus are going to be deep sinkers. And so whenever someone comes out with a soft touch, I'm like, good on you. That's awesome.
But I almost want to look at her bench again before I say this, but I'll go out on a limb. I feel like her hands were a little bit in, like she's more of a
Like
tricep focused.
Yeah. And you can get a lot of pop out of that when you're a big lifter. Big arch there. We'll see how that goes. We got one red.
Here comes Ophelia and Alexis
I don't know what that was for. It's not for what I thought it'd be for, so I'm not gonna say anything.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Katie with 3 white lights. I was ready
And
on 1.
we do have a wildly different angle, especially from the side referees. So it is so hard to tell sometimes, but we're gonna do our best for you.
Now there's a new rule as well where they clarified thumb position even on the bench press.
Yes, they have to be fully wrapped around. So before lifters, one of the definitions for like the bulldog, where you're almost like pinching the bar rather than actually wrapping around the bar. They don't allow suicide grip because of the possibility of it slipping out of the hand.
And suicide was always ruled out. You were never
Always
allowed
ruled
to do
out,
suicide.
never allowed that. However, the entire point of it was to prevent it slipping out of the hand and requiring a spot load to basically catch a free-falling bar. And so the bulldog and not wrapping your hand around it, that also increases that possibility of it slipping out. So it has been uniformly like added that this is the rule, and it's most of these changes, they're to protect people, like they're for safety. I've personally dropped like 290 on myself in a free fall drop. My hand, I had a bit of an elbow thing. It kind of spasmed, and I just kind of like shifted forward, and it just straight out of my hand. So set your safeties. It landed pretty flush chest. I didn't even get a bruise because I set my safeties so that it is perfectly just below. I'm not going to touch the safeties, but I also know that there's enough room that I can collapse underneath it, and I can rely on those. And you see some horror stories of people that if those aren't set properly, it's
might as
only
well not be there.
it's a disservice to you and a disservice to the spotters, because you're hoping that they are going to catch this weight and protect you at sometimes the cost of their own health. And that's just not nice. Just be nice, people.
That's a
Set
great
you
principle to bring to so
Yeah.
much of this. Just be nice.
Yeah. And
Now, a moment ago, we saw a lifter come out. eyeball the weight, and it needed to be adjusted. So I just wanted to say a short comment about that. It's always a good idea to just look at what's on the bar because sometimes mistakes are made.
Yep.
We've got a great crew here, but it's also been a long week. And, you know, sometimes the wrong plate goes on. And, you know, it pays to check.
Yeah, and if you want to save a little bit of time, look at the weights that are loaded on the side that you approach from, and look at the weights that are on the plate tree on the other side, and you can determine if it's the correct ones or on.
That's true.
So you can sort of preempt it a little
Well,
bit.
and I'll give you advice from an old man who can't hear very well. When we're in the gym training and the music is on and everything else, and somebody calls a number and you can't quite hear it, I watch what the other people are reaching for. You know, so you might not hear it, but you can see what's there, and like you say, you can scan the weight tree to see what's on the weight tree, what isn't on the weight tree. You know, scan the entire environment, and you'll often know what you're about to face. And double check. It's just always a great principle to double check.
Always. Discretion is the better part of valor.
Bars ready, take, come and do.
Nice big arching setup. I kind of shimmy into my setup. How do you set up on the bench?
So, equipped, I'm still trying to figure out, quite honestly, because I started in December. I'm pure chaos. I'm trying to figure things out. For classic, and this is probably why I like to self-unwrap. I want to grab the bar, I twist my hands and shoulders so I get the right rotation in. I use my legs to slide up on my traps. And I'm really trying to pinch myself in as I'm more or less doing a lat pull down with that bar. So I'm really trying to get that tension there, and then the unrack is just straightening my elbows a bit, popping it out, and way to go. But it's a lot of pressure, and so I'm pulling the bar in the direction of my feet while it's in the rack. And when I see people doing the exact opposite, I can't understand it. And a lot of people do it the other way. They're pushing it towards the posts.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting how dynamic setups can be. I've seen some wild ones. I set up really low. I tend to see it's a very soft touch for me.
Yeah. And close
and
grip,
very
I believe.
close, yeah. Very impressive, yeah. Wow. Got some great benchers here. We're just watching and enjoying the lifts and just chatting. And I don't know how much actual commentary we've provided this flight so far on the lift. Everything's just been going so smooth this one. We've had almost all white lights the entire time here on this one. We've had only good lifts in this flight.
Yeah.
So there's nothing to remark on other than it's just fantastic to watch. Charlotte Smart, this is a nice healthy jump, 10 kilos. Usually at this body weight, this is a pretty big jump, but that usually means that somebody just really wants to get that opener and get that secure. And still got rid of the tank.
Humphreys from Ontario, 211 kilos.
That was very comfortable. I mean, there's room to grow there for sure. I mean, she can build her total from there.
You're going to hear some noise from the other side. There's going to be a national record attempt, so you might hear some hype from over there. But on our side, we've got Ulrika Bernici. 95 kilos, 7.5 kilos added.
Oh, see, and now there she is. She's really pulling in to get in.
Yeah.
I like that kind of setup a lot.
I normally set up like almost the middle of the bench with my shoulders like middle high, and then I just slowly push into the point where I feel like my eyes are lined up where I want to be on the bar.
Sure.
So I sort of
Nice press.
create that arch, create that brace, and just slowly push it a little bit higher up. And I think a lot of that is based on my equipped setup. where I want to maintain the way my arms are on in the suit.
Yeah.
And that's the easiest way that I can keep that position, keep that rigidity, and just slide it higher up and not lose any tension from where I want it.
Okay.
So that's why I tend to set up like that in the shirt. And it's more to make sure that I'm maintaining the shirt than anything else is maintaining that position.
Sure, because the shirt is key. If you lose your position on the shirt, you're
You're in trouble. You would have to go and get it reseated and everything like that. And it can be a wild difference if the shirt isn't seated the way that you're expecting it to. You can have some catastrophic changes. So I definitely, it's identical like every single time when I'm in the shirt. And then when I'm raw, I just kind of wing it. I don't know.
fair enough.
It's similar setup, but a little less stress.
Amelia with 100 kilos. Fast descent, very comfortable though, and a really good press.
Anjali Waugh up next with 107.5. She'll be followed by Alexis Seaman taking 110.
Lawrence ready, Anjali, 107 and a half.
And all white lights so far for this this flight.
It's always nice to see.
Yeah, I love it.
I had that on the other side during the one session. We had only good lifts on bench until the announcer pointed out that we had only white, like we had only had successful lifts, and then the next lifter failed.
Oh. Nice.
Don't tempt fate.
No, we should not comment on such things.
It's like talking about a perfect game in the 8th inning. You just stop talking.
Lawrence ready.
Opting for the no belt. Do you wear a belt when you bench?
No.
No. I do.
Now that I'm doing equipped and learning new things, I may start to incorporate a belt into my raw bench.
I really like the belt for holding down the shirt.
Oh, for the shirt, it's absolutely necessary.
And then for the... Wow, that was awesome. That
Yeah.
one flew. I'm excited to see what she puts on.
But when you raw bench, you belt as well.
I do. I've got a big belly, and it is advantageous. So I actually I do a different belt location on each lift. And so I put on the bench, I put my belt underneath my belly, and it pulls it up so that it provides extra rigidity and decreases the range of motion.
I like that.
Yeah, range of movement is slightly limited just because, occupied.
Yeah. Occupied.
That's a
This
callback
space
for
is
squats.
occupied.
Yeah, you're gonna have to rewind about an hour to get that joke. And I'm not gonna give you any context now, any viewers.
Nope.
Deep sink there. Nice push. Look good.
And she's quite happy.
Yeah. Love to see it. She's rocking a clean day. She's 6 for 6.
Yeah.
I think my first comp, I went 9 for 9. I have never had a 9 for 9 meet since.
I have never had a 9 for 9.
Never. What's the lowest you've had?
Oh,
I've had a 4 for 9. That was my.
Change your openers.
maybe 5. I've never bombed, but I've never gone. Oh no,
that's gone.
but I've never gone 9 for 9 either.
That's a decent jump there, though. So 8.75. I think it's one of those things where 85 would have flown and 87.5 was not there on that one. It might have even been there on that day. That looked more like a misgroove to me. When it tilts off like that, kind of abruptly, it usually feels like that something was off, something in the setup, something in the line that was taken.
Yeah.
Was just slightly off, especially when it dips on the one, or if like a strain or something, injury,
Yeah.
soreness.
Certainly could be, but hopefully not in this case.
Hopefully not. Thankfully, we're going on to deadlifts, so the arms just become the big meat hooks. So hopefully you don't need to worry about anything too much there.
Well, this is one of the things too. It's your back really takes a pounding when it comes to bench pressing.
Yes.
So if you're going to go into the deadlift with a wrecked back,
Yeah.
you have to decide where are my strengths.
Oh.
Am I going to be a bencher or am I going to be a deadlifter?
That's why I'm terrible at deadlift?
I'm terrible at both. If
Oh.
it makes you feel better.
I think it's because I got short arms. I'm decent at bench because I got little T-Rex arms. But good Lord, when I bend over for the deadlift, that bar is so far down. Why is it all the way down there? I know it-
I enjoy the squat. I'm a big fan of squatting. And if they had a squat only event, I would register for that one.
There you go.
But we do have to do more. So I got to get better at bench and I got to get better at deadlifting. And this is a great place to see people who are highly skilled at both. Or all three.
Charlotte Samar also rocking a 5 for 5 so far. Love it when they're running a clean meet.
Oh, come on. Nice fight.
And I didn't see any downward, so that looks perfect to me.
Three white
Yeah.
lights.
3 white lights. Not gonna lie, I had a bit of a heart palpitation right there when I was like, "Oh no, did I tempt fate?" But I wasn't announcing, so no one else heard it. That's actually here other than yourself. So I was like, "You should be fine," but not gonna say that again.
Well, you know what? I'm going to say that was a perfect call for weight. Because if there was
That-
more on, I don't think she would have fought that up.
Exactly.
So, well done.
Yeah. Executing a good game plan. 10-kilo jump on the first one, 5 kilo on the second. And that can help having the lighter open because that saves a little bit of energy. So you're not maxing out 3 sort of times.
Well, when we talk strategy,
Also, once again, perfect number.
I love to see thirds like this. When we talk strategy, and percentage-wise, I'll go percentage-wise because it all depends on where you are with your numbers.
Eyes ready.
But sometimes you have to ask yourself, okay, do I want to take my opener 10% under, take my second 95%,
No more changes.
and then go
This is on
100
platform one,
on my
first
third?
leg, no more changes.
Or do I want to mess with that and try to save energy to blast through my third? Or do I want to warm up by going like maybe 97% and then try the 100% for my third? What are your thoughts on that? How do you line that up when you're thinking of what you're going to do?
I think we're butt lift out on that one. Let's see if the coach appeals. They're going to discuss it real quickly. I think it was butt. They're already nodding. I think they've decided, yeah. No. Waved off.
That's unfortunate. Too bad.
Sometimes I think that as a coach and a handler, if you're off to the side, you can usually see the butt fault like pretty clearly.
Sure.
And then your lifter sees the one white light and is like, "Are you going to go on appeal?" And you're like, "Sure." For you, yes. At international competitions, if your appeals are abusive or like blatantly incorrect, you can actually get penalized.
I think that's fair. If somebody's being ridiculous in their appeals, then there
Yeah.
should be a mechanism to say, just, stop that.
But do you know how they penalize it?
No.
You have to give them a bond, a promissory bond in euro prior to like the session. And then if they deem that it was just an inappropriate appeal and everything, they just confiscate it.
That's awesome.
They don't give it back.
How big is the bond?
I think it's a few hundred euro. I think it's like 150 or something.
Awesome.
I'd have to double check that. I'm not an international ref.
3 white lights. Really nice.
I know it's in the book. I think it's 150. It could 150 seems right to me. It could be 300, but I know it's no more than that. I think it's 150.
Yeah, but it should be enough that, you don't rock that boat.
Yeah, and so like I know people that apparently coaches that have this envelope that has 150 euro in it, and it's just basically been sealed for 10 years, and they just hand it into each thing because you get it back, right?
Sure.
And so
That's just that's your bond envelope.
that's your bond.
Yeah, you
bond
just bring it to
envelope,
every
yeah.
meet.
Yeah, and so too funny.
115. Oh, very nice. And that's 6 for 6. Alexis has a good lift. She's having a good day. And that's it for bench. So now we'll change the platform, get ready for deadlifts. And we have a little break in between.
And I just double checked, 75 euro.
Okay.
So it is a 75 euro bomb. So
Good to know.
there you go.
Yeah.
So if you ever need to make a buck, there should be 75 euro bonds available, just randomly in coaches' bags at international events. Do what you will with that. Maybe they can buy drinks at the end of the weekend. You know that they've got some cash on them. If they say they don't, they're lying. All right, we're going to be moving on to a deadlift, 10-minute break. You going to go for a coffee on this one?
I am going to get up and walk around, maybe check out the Transparent Labs booth. I think they're still here with some samples.
They are, yeah.
I've been taking advantage of that. And just before we sign off, I do want to thank our sponsors, which includes, of course, Transparent Labs. We've got SBD Canada. We have Inner Strength Products. We've got sponsorship through the Government of Newfoundland and Labrador and the Government of Canada. We have sponsors through Alico and the Sheridan Hotel. And all told, it's been a really great event so far. So thank you for joining us for the live stream, and we will be right back.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Some deadlifts. You guys take care. Okay, we are back at it for some deadlifts here, and now we can really get into some analytics. We can get into some talking about jockeying for position and whatnot, and make sure people know how that works. Tanya Iosifovich is going to be opening us up with 135, moving real easy. She should probably put her hair back. She is not allowed to have her hair fall down over her shoulders on the deadlift anymore. That is also one of the changes.
Yep.
They might remind her, but it is also one of those things where it's such a recent change that a lot of referees aren't even like used to looking for that.
I feel like there's a few things where people will just be saying, "Hey, could you tie your hair back?"
Yeah.
You're not necessarily going to get anything
Oh, you're
other
not
than
going
a
to get
reminder.
Like, yeah.
You know?
If you get a reminder about it, and you still don't do it, then they might red light you for.
Yeah, if you ignore the request, that's
it's a technical fault based on failure to comply with the requirements of the lift. It is a be-all, end-all, catch-all yellow light. The only reason for it is it obscures your shoulders and the lockout there.
Sure.
And they further defined what lockout was with this last one, so that's why they really want your hair back. For some reason, like the pigtails or having them tied up is still fine. Like I said, there's a lot of like almost lexical gaps in the rule book where you can't define everything. You do your best. But that definitely is some points that could be more clear. Ariel Aitken Yar, 160. She'll be building up to a 400 kilo with that total. They're solid totals, especially for these like relatively small women.
It's really cool. I'm trying to find a better word.
It's so cool.
It is.
It's exciting.
You can watch, some of the most powerful lifters out there are highly concentrated lifters.
Oh, yeah.
They're, for lack of a better word, petite women moving massive weight. And I love to see that. I like to see the lighter weight classes, particularly in the deadlift. You just see some very cool things happening. And I'm very jealous. I'm if you follow powerlifting, for the average person, you quickly learn to appreciate that most people are stronger than you.
That is true. Yeah. Especially proportionally.
Yeah.
Smaller body weights love the body weight to power ratio. And then in the 120 plus and the 84 plus, it's just like I lift more.
Well, and everybody knows the big guy in the local gym, which is cool and moves big weight. But then you see what like powerlifting level big guys can do, and we're going to see that this afternoon. With some of the heavies are going to come out and throw around huge weight. That's exciting to see too.
I think we got our first chicken deadlift socks for the of the day. I've worn the chicken deadlift socks before. Have you?
I have not, but I tell you what I did see is Sean Vandenberg had Ozzy Osbourne socks on, and it was the first time I really had sock jealousy.
That's fair.
Yeah, I thought they were epic.
I had to do a token deadlift in PEI a couple years ago, and so I went to cows, like the ice cream. Yeah. So we don't have that in the West. So it was very exciting. I enjoyed that probably more than I should have. And they had the cow socks with the actual cow head, like almost the stuffy on the front.
Excellent.
So I managed to get those approved. And so I took my deadlift in cow socks and a cow's shirt. I don't think the shirt should have been approved because it was technically...
I think not.
Since it's multicolored pattern and it's supposed to be solid, but we snuck it through.
Okay.
So that video is out there somewhere. Some big Jordan Phelps guy doing a pitiful little deadlift.
Thomas.
Yeah, there's a little bobble there, I think.
Yep. You're allowed
But
to
you got
rock
it.
at the top.
Okay.
So that's not cause for, if you're at the top and there's downward motion based on you settling into position, that is not considered downward motion on a deadlift.
Okay, good.
So the rocking at the top, you're allowed to even rock your feet back and forth. And that is allowed because it is very much like a balancing act sometimes at the top of that deadlift. So that is, and then also as it settles into the back of the shoulder joint, that can be more depressed than the top when you're first locking out.
It
'cause goes
settles
up
into the
and then
lockout, so
down.
then you
Yeah.
see the down. Yeah.
And so that is not a cause for consideration. The more you know.
The more you know. That was really nice.
Rewind lights.
We need,
platform
in our
1.
graphics list, we need one of the, well, you know that star that used to shoot across the screen with the more you know? That's,
The
yeah.
more you know. Yeah.
We need
No, yeah, that'd be good. I wish we could have drop in like little emojis or reactions. Maybe that can be the next generation
Maybe.
of this tech. Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah. Great success. Yeah. I'd enjoy that. I don't know if anybody else watching would enjoy that, but
Rewind lights on 1.
we're starting to see some clarification on where our podium is going to end up. With these polls, we definitely have Helen Barkley's going to be able to pull for really for the win for whatever she wants there. She's in a position of power, being at the end of the deadlifts and still being in that one spot.
Riley, 290 kilos.
We have third place is currently the second heaviest pull. And so, depending on the numbers for Camille and Haley, they could have a little bit of a battle there at the end. They're only 15 kilos apart. And given that they're already making one of them's making a 15-kilo jump, so they could definitely do some movement around here. Camille might be able to pull for a tie or even slightly ahead of Helen to try and jockey for position. So it's going to get really interesting here at the end, especially when we get to thirds. And all starts getting so much more clear.
Well, it gets interesting too because, you know, you start to debate, first of all, what can I do as a lifter? What should I call for my third? What's within reach? But also, what's within reach for the other person? If you're jockeying for position and a medal,
She's got 170
do
kilos
I
on
think
the
the
bar,
other person is going to
platform
be
1.
able to push harder and get their
Ryan's
next
got
lift? And that
275 on platform
that takes
2.
a lot of wisdom to actually decide and choose how to place yourself against what the other person might be able to do.
Yeah. One to watch for me right now is going to be Haley Hunt.
Sure.
She's currently sitting in our fourth spot,
Rewind lights.
but she's got a solid deadlift on her, and I feel like she wants to make up some ground. I
Yeah.
think that she might feel a bit disappointed with today. She had her opening squat successful and her opening bench successful, and now her opening deadlift. But she's only hit those 3 lifts today.
Yeah.
She missed both her seconds and thirds on both squat and bench. So she's probably wanting to claw back some kilos here on the deadlift. So hopefully she can have some luck.
The bar is ready for
That
Thomas
looked good
to tap.
there. So Planet gets 175 on the board. That'll temporarily pull her into first with others to pull still.
175 kilos.
So it's going to be a battle, especially for third. We have 4 lifters within 7.5 kilo range.
That's tight. That's very tight.
And now we have 5 lifters in that 7.5 kilo range. So
So let's see
And no
how
misses yet.
much. Yeah, this is Haley Hunt. Let's see how much she can add. If she can get this one, this could start getting her to the point where she's the favorite for that third position. That
So great to me.
Yeah. So moving that up, feeling some relief. So she looks like she's going to be the one to beat for third. She's second last in the flight. She'll be able to pull for podium, regardless of what anyone else puts up. She's pulling for podium. And on your third deadlifts, you are allowed to change your attempts. You're actually allowed to change them twice.
Sometimes you see a bit of poker playing with that too, where somebody might put up a number to. Oh, what a great one!
The one thing that you can see, especially when someone knows that they're going to pull for podium, and they're going to pull whatever they need, sometimes you'll see a coach, just to make things simple, they'll put in a really high number so that they don't need to worry about it because they're after everybody else already, and they don't waste any changes. So they're like, okay, what is the most that anyone's going to put up? It's like 200 or something, and they're like, fine, I'll put in 230. And I know that I'm well beyond that. And then you're just standing there with different versions of attempt cards. And you're just ready to hand whatever you need in. Because until they call bar is loaded for you, you're good. You can change it. And the only time that any numbers are sort of locked in is it is a climbing bar. So it cannot go down. So you have to time your things very carefully. But you do have that ability to just reposition yourself whenever you need.
Oh,
No, just not going to be there.
3 whites.
Good effort.
No look on 1.
She went 7 for 9 today. Built up herself a nice little total.
it's a great day.
Yeah, that's a great day. And you're at nationals. You're experiencing some of the best lifters in the world. You get to compete against whoever is going to be on our world team.
Well, and this is a good question too. Do you want 9 for 9, or do you mind having a couple misses if you're taking your shot?
I think that if you go 9 for 9, I think that's really good if you know exactly what total you're building for. If you are not entirely sure, I think 8 for 9 is pretty much perfect. I
Love that.
think good lift.
Yeah, there's a point where you're trying to gauge what you have on the day, and if you actually get all of your hard attempts, that's awesome.
Yeah.
I've never pulled that off. I'll usually shoot for something that I haven't done before. At least something I haven't done in the gym.
And that's kind of fun. You may notice that third attempt deadlifts take longer. For viewers there, I know Greg is very well aware, but after every single deadlift, they clean the bar entirely for third deadlifts. And that does help because it can clean off any of the baby powder or any of the other things that sort of occur throughout the there's going to be downward motion there regardless, so no, not quite there.
It's challenging too because we're talking about different decisions that you make. There's a moment in the deadlift when you're fighting like that, the bar has already gone up and down. But if you can stand it up, you still want to.
You're already there.
It's your third.
You're
The day is over.
And we have an increase here.
Oh, exciting.
So this is going to be for that jockeying for position.
Sure.
So that will potentially, let's see. We'll see what that means for her. That was Ariel that changed that. I'll try and take a peek here. She's going to take 12.5 extra.
too much there.
Oh, yeah, just a bit too much. So 12.5 for Ariel will pull her temporarily into third. So she's taking her shot at that podium spot. That is going to require some missed deadlifts from others, but you got to take your shot, especially if it is anywhere near your wheelhouse. If it's anywhere in your range, you might as well take a shot at it. Someone else might miss, and you never know what's going to happen. So we'll see. This is a decent-sized jump. It's not abnormally high, so it's definitely possible. So let's see how she pulls it today.
He totals 737.5 kilos. Bars loaded, and he ties Nico.
And it's just glued to the ground there.
Yeah. And, that's a case of she did the math. She wanted to get the placing and take a shot at it. Sometimes you'll see different decisions where someone's just coming up for a personal best. It depends on what you're capable of. But when it's within reach of the medal, you often will see people say, okay, you know what, I got to take my shot at that podium. And it's a fair play.
And it is. And then other times, like right now, Ella Lord is coming out. She's taking 182.5. I think that she would have to take 187.5. So she feels like that's out of her wheelhouse. So 182.5, builds her total. She moves up one spot to fourth place.
Good.
And see, that, boom, got it there. 3 white lights. Definitely in her wheelhouse. I think 5 kilos would have been too much.
Yeah. I think she made the right call there. She had a good lift.
That's one of those things where you're building to a total, you're building to like a PR total, PR deadlift, and some people are happy with that shot. That's what they want to make. Next up, we have Camille Planet. She's hoping to add 12.5 kilos, and this will pull her into first temporarily. Helen Barkley will have the ability to pull for the top spot afterwards. This is just trying to make sure that Helen doesn't just get to cakewalk it in, as it were. She'll have to make that lift.
Got to make her work.
Yeah. And that's moving. It's moving. It's moving.
It's a lot of fight.
Locked out. Yep.
Good.
Down. I think good.
Yeah.
Good lift. And there is
And again,
some
what a
joy
perfect
there.
call. You know, like,
Yeah.
you got every kilo you could get there.
Yep. So Planet is temporarily in first place. Helen Barkley, see the decrease.
Yeah.
So she went for a high number that she knew no one else would do. And just instantly, now I know exactly what I need to take. I'm going to swap to that. So she's actually knocked down. So she is now not going last in the flight. She is going second to last. So she's taking the bar right now. And that way, Haley Hunt is after her because she doesn't feel like Haley is close enough. And Haley is mathematically not close enough to threaten for that one spot. So she is just making sure that she sneaks in exactly where she needs to be.
It's a good strategy.
So she's taking 5 kilos. That numerically is a tie for Planet, but the tiebreaker is based, and this is for our audience here, is based on body weight that they weigh in. And so, easy lock for her. She cements it. No point in doing more than you need to get that top spot. So, congratulations to her, Camille Planet. She is going to be our Canadian national champion for this weight class, 69 kilo junior women. Fantastic. And now Haley is already locked in for third. She's not close enough to threaten either of the other podium spots. So now this is just building the total, hitting a number that you think is your best on this day, and finishing strong. So this one, she's already third. She's going to stay in third.
Oh, look at this.
As long as she holds it, yeah. Good lift.
Really well done.
What a finish, though. Fantastic.
Yeah.
I like to see some end of thirds theatrics. I'm usually already in the crowd watching for when my thirds and stuff are rolling around, if I don't do my farewell tour.
That's fair.
But I'm already settled in there to watch the other people, and I just see myself fall down the podium further. That's okay with me. I'm getting snacks. I've got my drinks. I'm okay. I'm here. I'm happy.
52.5 kilos.
Also a sound strategy.
Thank you.
Now we've got Leah.
Yep. Starting off our flight B.
Great.
Larry, Jeff, call Larry. Jeff, you got your phone? Call Larry. Larry Walsh. Larry Walsh coming to scores table 2. Larry Walsh. Barnes running for Lily.
So Lily Mae Giroux going to be opening up with 150 kilos.
Barnes loaded for
Great opener.
Ethan.
Nice and quick.
Stood up high for 1.
And you'll notice in this overlay there's a lot of really big jumps. That happens at the beginning of the round because it is like the other lifters, they have projected locations, but since they don't actually have that number on the board, you see a lot of jumping around at this point. So she'll move up to first and everything.
Well, and speaking of jumps, you're going to have some people come out and they're going to open closer to their max.
Yep.
Others will be well down into their comfort zone and take larger jumps. So, there's a real difference between the opener that climbs, 10 and then 5 versus the opener that climbs 20 and then 10. Where you start and where you end. Tell a different story. Nice pull.
Fantastic, yeah.
Here comes Lola Hopper.
Lola Hopper up next, 167.5.
Same weight for Ty Humphreys.
So this is Lola's first nationals.
Loaded for Lola Hopper. And for Lola comes Bianca, then Emery, then Kayla. Come on, Ty. Up next, I believe, is
Clean. Yeah, I think that was a call for dropping the bar because when she put it down, her hands opened a few inches off the ground completely. And although she kept moving and her hands descended past the bar, I think that they were fully released at the bottom.
And you do need to control the descent.
You do, and one of the primary definitions of controlling the descent is keeping your hands on the bar. I had one memorable example of that call where the person started to lose consciousness as the bar was going down, but they kept their hands on the bar and they actually ended up flipping over the bar after it landed on the ground, and they still got 2-to-1 good lights, white lights, because they maintained control of the bar. Technically, at the time, the definition was hands on bar. And
Controlled the bar, just less so their own bodies afterwards.
yeah. So technically fine in the spirit, no.
Technically
But
correct is the best kind of
technically,
correct.
that is true.
Sometimes.
You have to. It's one of those things where it's good enough. That is what is written. I can't make up rules or inference. I have to call what is there. Sure. And so I remember that. So I memorably did give a white light on that, and I still think that I feel good about doing it, but I also wish I didn't. I'm like, well, it is what it is. It's one of those ones that sticks with you that you always remember, and you're like, I'm probably never going to see that again. Not like that.
Probably won't.
No.
Hopefully won't.
Unless I see him lift again. Apparently he's prone to it.
Really?
Apparently. I think you should get that checked out.
Yeah, that's...
Taylor overcheck. Wow. All right. Put some weight on the bar.
Yeah.
That was nothing. They're so much better at deadlifting than me. It is night and day. I love watching the deadlifts from the juniors and like some of the younger lifters. It's just monstrous. And they're so technically perfect and just. I find it so amazing. That was a fantastic deadlift.
It's inspiring, honestly. You
It really
look at
is,
it and
yeah.
you see what people can do.
Yeah, that's the kind of deadlift.
And you want
that-
to do it too.
Oh, I was going to say that's the kind of deadlift that I was like, I should just go into refereeing full time.
Oh.
They're so much better at this. But heck, is it fun to watch? Leah Short adding 10 kilos. Nice, solid. Yeah, all day.
I'm going full Anakin in a crisis. I want to know where I can learn that power. And I'm prepared to go to the dark side to do it.
Sometimes you got to.
Yeah.
And like you watch the women and the children too, all so talented.
Yes. And they're all stronger than me.
Yes.
All of them. Even the younglings.
Even the younglings.
Lily May with 160.
160 kilos. Away.
Kind of slipped a little there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well lift.
Unfortunately,
Awesome gym lift.
yes. Sometimes that little bobble, they can appeal that one. That's one that I would appeal. Not because I think it would get overturned necessarily, but because there's only one specific small thing, right? There's one issue. And if you can convince them of that one issue, then that can be enough to overturn it. If there's multiple things, then it starts to be like it's just too far. It's too big a distance. Right? That one, you have a fighting chance because it was the head referee light that said there was no downward movement, and it's the side referees that said otherwise. And it is easier to see the up-down from the center. And so that's where I think that you can curry a little bit more from. You can get a little bit more out of it. That looked fine. I could see why people would think that could be like a ramp, but you are allowed to put it against your thigh, but it can't, and it can edge up your thigh.
But she didn't rest it.
But she didn't rest it, and it didn't aid in the lift. And so sometimes people think that as soon as their leg tucks under the bar at all, that's a red light. Not necessarily. It depends on how much that aids your movement or supports, right? It can't slide up.
If you actually put the bar on your leg and then hoist it up.
Yeah,
That's
clearly. But like the leg just tucking under incidentally is not in itself an issue. So I did want to explain that when I noticed.
Yeah, no, it's a good explanation. 177.5 here.
Yeah.
Oh, a hopper.
Excited to see what takeaways, like if you start rolling the bar to the back of the platform now for your deadlifts and other things. I'm curious to see what changes we've inspired to.
I'm going to write them all down later so I can remember to
reference them.
Yep.
Oh, unfortunately we had a blue there, so that was up, down, maybe ramping. Unfortunately, I glanced away at my coffee to see if it was empty, and it is, which was really sad for me. But we'll be paying attention to that next one. They're going for an appeal. They're discussing a little bit longer here. Sometimes the best thing that you can do as a coach when you do an appeal is not say anything. You just walk there and stand there. They know what you want.
I ended up doing an appeal years ago.
Bars ready.
And honestly, I didn't know how it was going to go, and there was an infraction in how things were supposed to lay out. And we talked about how you have to put in your changes, but you can't subtract from the bar. The bar is always climbing, and the change went in. They actually took weight off the bar.
Oh.
And not our lifter, but somebody else. And so the argument was made that this shouldn't be what happened.
Yeah.
And it was a lot of clumsy things to try to say all at once. But there was a review, and we actually did get the protest.
And I would imagine that you would.
Yeah. But it turned into, guys, what should have happened here? And we let the judges just work that out rather than us getting in their way and annoying them.
Yeah. And they'll figure it out. I've only had one lift get appealed and overturned in my favor. And that was at a quick bench press at Nationals in 2023. My partner, Kelsa, she was helping handle me, and she is not very familiar with powerlifting. Okay. So we directed her to go to the jury to appeal it, and she didn't know where that was. So she just kind of wandered around for a little bit, eventually got there, and when they were like, yes, and she's like, come on. Because she couldn't think of anything to say. And then they turned and they talked, and they're like, okay. And they overturned it. And I was like, what a perfect argument. Wow, that is so fast. That is monstrous.
A lot of power there.
Yeah. So she is going to be...
That was 202?
Yeah.
202.4.
So she's currently sitting in third. The amount of power that she has, I could see her pulling for really like whatever she needs. She is currently 12.5 behind first. She has made up a lot of ground in these bench presses. She's been making 12.5 jumps. She's currently earmarked in for 207.5. I could see them punch in whatever they need to get her to the top. I could see them do a change there. She's well ahead of fourth place. So she's locked on the podium regardless. So it's just a question of, is she going to pull for second or is she going to pull for first?
Sure.
But she's definitely pulling for something.
Yeah. Good fight. It's still going.
And that looked good
I
to
think
me.
she's going to get that. Yeah, good look. Good.
Wow. So that was, what a way to end the day. Perfect selection. And a great total. We got Lily Mae Giroux coming up. She's going to reattempt the 160. She's just trying to lock in that number for herself. It's not going to change her position or anything like that, but it is nice to be able to take that out. Knock off that number at Nationals, get that in. You notice the lifters are able to affix their belt on the platform. That's actually the only piece of equipment you're allowed to correct.
A lot of work there.
A lot of work, and it is going to be good. She's going to be rewarded for that.
Nice job.
She's going to be rewarded for that. Yeah. 100% good lift all day, and what a grind. But what a feeling. Be able to push that out, get that reattempt in at Nationals, and lock in 160 deadlift. That is awesome. I love to see it. Caitlin Lawson up next, 172.5. According to the stats we've got here, this should be a 2.5 kilo comp PR for her. Once again, you'll see the setup, you see the belt, flick, and then people are good to go.
Nice.
Love to see it. I like to see people that come out and they get right up to it, they get dialed in, and then they lift it. I don't do a lot of performative stuff behind for the deadlift. I just kind of go and just grab it and just kind of give it a rip. That's probably another reason why I'm terrible at it. But what do you do?
Oh my God.
Yeah,
I do a dance. There's a whole
Do you?
show
A
number.
whole show?
Yeah. Are you familiar with the CANPL?
yeah, I've seen
I
it.
start
yeah.
with that. I've got a little bit of Moulin Rouge I work in.
Yeah.
We're turning this on in a moment. Here's Amy Richardson with 177.5.
Feet all screwed in.
Come on.
That is probably going to get a ramping call.
Platform 1, no lift.
I do really try to plant my feet
All right, Carson and Taylor tied
and then
for
my
first.
shoulders.
Both
Yeah.
totaling 800.
Really pull out that hook
Carson
grip.
pulls first.
And then the rest is just core and hip
Yeah.
locking in. So I do like to pump the hips a couple of times just to find that position. So all the slack is out of the bar, out
Yeah.
of me.
Yeah.
And then it's just lift the bar.
Yeah. And just to further explain the ramping on that one, because her legs, like her legs tucked under, and then she braced against it a couple times there, and it was clearly being supported. That's why she earns the red lights there. So although pulling it up and getting it all the way up, that is a huge gym PR. But it is and unfortunately it's just not going to be there. She's going to get the lock, and let go
She
again.
knows.
Yeah. Did you notice the let go this time? Yeah.
But
So
I think she already knew it was a failed lift, and she just wanted to, finish the lift for the sake of saying, I got it up, and I get that.
yeah. So yeah, Malvazio is going to be doing the pull here. She's going to be pulling 202.5. Anne-Marie Campo dropping down to take a shot here. She's going to be taking the 202.5. I think she's trying to force Malvazio to take more. Unfortunately, just not there, yeah. Too much. She's still going to be sitting in that first place spot. I could see Bianca dropping her weight if she really wants to. Let's see the weight difference. She does have weight advantage, 75.08. So she could punch in for just like 2.5 if she's worried. Since she hasn't changed, or no, she can't decrease the weight. This locks it. Because we just had 202.5.
Yep.
So she's stuck at 202.5, can't drop the weight at all. She's going to have to rip this. This will put her at 490.
Well, it's just go time now. Simple as that.
So 490. So that means over Chuck, if she puts in for 17.5 higher than her previous attempt, then she will pull for the win. And like I said before, punch in 230 and then just drop it to whatever you need. And she did. She punched in the exact same thing. So she is going to shift down to hit whatever she needs to pull in at first. And she has weight advantage on both of them, so she just needs to match.
Oh, yeah. Keep going.
Now that is going to be questionable. Good lift. So she's going to have to change it, and we're going to see what she says. So she's going to change it to 220. She's going to pull for second. So she thinks that first is a bit too far. She might hope that the jury overturns that last one to a bad lift and might give her a shot at first. And the jury is discussing it, actually. But I don't think that they're going to be moving. So this is going to shoot her into second place if she locks it in. Yeah, you can see the coach standing there with both attempt cards ready to go.
Yeah.
You just don't want to hand in the wrong one. That's 17.5. Yeah, up to one.
Beautiful.
There she goes. Kayla over Chuck, your Canadian national champion.
Cool.
There you go. What a finish for her. Apparently it has been a long week. I was even looking at it to being 2 places up, thinking to myself, oh wow, that's quite a lot. Anyways.
I trusted your math. It has
You
been a long
should.
week. I was just,
Yeah.
all right, you're crunching the numbers.
Yeah.
I'm going to
trying to.
look at my
Anyways,
console.
that does pull her straight up to first. Canadian national champion. We are carrying on. It is going to be Flight C coming up next. We've got our 84 and 84 plus women, the juniors, finishing up here.
You want him to come out? All right.
Okay, so the bar is loaded for her. Simple meat and the overlay here is running behind a little bit, so there was some confusion.
Oh, my God.
There you go. Good start.
Beautiful.
What is she?
Is Larry over there? Yes, he is.
Don't actually know what she pulled there.
All right.
We don't have the numbers yet.
Charlotte.
Try and call them up on something else.
That was 140 that she pulled, I think.
Yeah, that was 140.
Yeah. And
We
now we're
moved
at
on
150
to-
for Charlotte.
Charlotte Simon. Wow.
Oh, he's,
And that flew up.
we got a guy taking a nap over there. Almost.
Oh, platform 2.
Oh. No, leg injury.
Here
I
comes.
thought he was passing out.
No.
That's rough. I hope he's all right.
Yeah, we've had a couple.
Bar's ready for anything.
Couple torn groins.
85
Yeah.
on the bar. Coaching by Jeff. Then Malik dictated. Bar's ready for Riyadh.
It can also be difficult getting the pull as a larger framed lifter. So let's see how she does here. Sometimes, oh, perfect.
Yeah?
I always have a problem demonstrating that I'm not ramping, just because like you're trying to position your body in a way that it just is not. Yeah, it's not as much fun.
Sure.
That's part of my distaste for deadlift. It's just leverages and just the shape of one's body. Madison Tavenor. It's going to be 155 on the bar for her. Nice easy opener there for her. And that's what you want. You just want to get on the board with these ones.
Amelia with 155. I believe she's pulling in squat shoes. I don't like their heels when I'm pulling. But
No.
some people do. And I could be wrong. Maybe those weren't squat shoes, but I think that they were.
They might have been. I can't fathom that one because it's further.
Yeah.
You're essentially just adding distance. Curious to see. Nice and clean. Placed down nicely. I will say that deadlifts are one of the more comical things to be a head referee for, because you know how intense, like, and dialed in and screwed in somebody's face can be and everything.
I'm going to apologize to you right now.
Now it's time
Because you can represent all the refs that
Yeah.
I have given the stare of hate to when I'm trying to deadlift.
It
You
is
lock
so
eyes
funny.
and then you end up just holding it.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's I I don't know.
Yeah, I try and focus at just at shoulders and below, but the amount of inadvertent stink dives you get, where you're like,
Yeah, I've apologized to refs. I'm like, it was nothing personal.
Yeah.
It's just,
it is pretty funny, where you just they're just staring you down. The worst is when it's a really slow lockout and they're just staring the entire time like, what more do you want? I do find it comical.
easy lift there. I do find as well that in the audience, every now and then you're watching, you're cheering, and if somebody has the misfortune of locking eyes with you as an audience member, I just freeze because, if you start dancing around, that poor lifter is grinding, and you don't want to distract them.
Yeah, that can be really off-putting. I remember I don't like focusing in the crowd area at all. Oh, what an easy opener there for Alexa. I don't like looking at the crowd at all because they move. So if I am trying to find a spot on the wall at the back, looking up, I have actually taken a Post-it and smacked one on the back wall of a building in front of the platform that I'm lifting on about a half an hour before we start.
And that's your focus.
And that's my spot.
Yep.
And I don't know that it's cheating, but it's not in the rules.
Yep.
And I know.
You decide where you will put your eyes and you keep them there.
And so I will preempt some things like that. I will try to be fairly strategic.
Alexa Seaman with 205, as though it's nothing.
Yep.
What a great opener.
Three white lights on platform 1.
Lanika Bernici coming up next. 147.5.
But first we got
This is going to be starting off our seconds.
Bars ready for Yubi.
If my numbers here are correct, this is still 20 kilos away from her PR. So I think at this point, this is just building a total for her more so. Just having a 7.5 kilo jump. Have you competed internationally before?
Nope.
No, not yet.
Nope.
One of the more disconcerting things with international competitions is you have to agree to take whatever attempt the Canadian coach feels is appropriate.
You are told what to do,
So
and it's not necessarily according to your own goals.
You do not have a say in what you lift. They are trying to position you the best.
Good effort,
That looked just a bit off balance there.
Yeah,
I think
she can come back and do
She
that.
definitely has enough power. Strong. Very strong. So I think just dial in that balance and she'll lock that up. But yeah, you don't really get to dictate what you lift. You can give them some indications of where you think they're at, but ultimately it's up to them to sort of determine what they're going to do. And if you think you can pull for the win and they think that you just can pull for second, they're going to take the second place podium finish. Because for international and team rankings, that's more important. It's about the points.
It's the team points.
Yeah.
The gold medal. The bar is loaded. Give him a round of applause.
And as a team member, that's something you just kind of got to be okay with.
Well, I think there are aspects to the sport that a lot of people just don't know.
Yeah.
Particularly, I've got some friends who tune in that are supportive. It's great, but they have no idea what I'm actually doing.
Yeah.
Here comes Amelia with 165.
You got a lot of hype from the other side.
That's a fight there, though. She had a hard time with
There
that.
was a bit of a hitch there, so she'll probably get some calls for the hitch.
Not good on one.
Yeah.
Come on, Jake. He starts pulling. You start
So
screaming.
that one had a couple lights, and honestly, That's one of those ones where I could throw any of them, any of the lights, even though it goes all the way up, and you kind of feel bad about it, and it does give you a lot of context, but that's something that she has so much power. It's just some of the setup. A small adjustment can be like night or day. It just flies up. Sometimes it's just literally your hand position.
There's Charlotte with 170.
Beautiful. My one discovery with deadlift is I needed to put my hands further apart because when I tried to shoot my hips through and my torso through, sometimes I would get caught up because my arms would be inside too far and I would get stuck. I would actually be pushing into my own arms to be able to try and push through for the deadlift, for the lockout, so I wouldn't be able to do it. And just moving my arms further out kept my body like out of the way, so I could actually flow through instead of have to push through to lock out the shoulders. And so some of it is just like hand position on setup. Instantly now you can lock it out.
Yeah, you'd almost want to do like almost snap grip training.
Yeah.
So that you really get that lat activation just dialed in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so a lot is just testing out your ergonomics and figuring out how you can move with the bar in a comfortable way. And that is entirely unique. Every lifter is entirely unique. Oh. We are getting some noise from the other side.
Madison Taverner's put in a change. And we have
For her third.
Angelique coming out with 197.5 right now.
So I think for Madison's, it's more protecting that podium spot, but we'll have to see.
3 white lights. That's good for the silver.
Kavanaugh.
How did we have a change announced when we're in the seconds?
Any change for thirds, because it's still going. She's already gone.
All right, you can
And
put yeah.
you
right.
can change
Sorry.
your thirds right after that. So she probably put in, and then they realized that they want to add a little bit more weight. Sometimes coaches will look at what the other lifters put in right away, and you can make a change like just a few minutes after that to try and like slip through without somebody noticing. Or you can try and do it like immediately before so that they don't have time to correct it. I've tried both, like handling people. Really, at the end of the day, like, you just need to lift what you can lift and leave the mind games to the coaches and let them do their thing. And all you do is just grip it and rip it. Alexa Salachuk, gripping and ripping, 205. 3 white lights, great pull. She's nice and comfortable in second place. Depending on the gap there, she could potentially pull for first. I'll have to see what the totals are at.
Forwards ready, Alexis.
Whenever it pops over, Charlotte Samard decreases their third by 7.5. So I think she's trying to be on par with Tavanor. I think she's trying to match Tavanor.
She must have the weight advantage.
Yeah. Well, Tavanor would have the weight advantage. Samard would pull ahead by 2.5 and hope that Tavanor misses her third. I think is the plan there. We don't have any screen right now.
No.
But at some point, we'll start watching again. And I think the only reason why I got the math right is because we don't have a screen right now. We just have the overlay. I think that the screen might have gone off because the other side finished. So I think possibly they just tapped the wrong thing. So hopefully we get that back real soon. There has been like we've said before, this has been a long week. We're about to start third, so we've got another few seconds here. Oh, here we're back. We're back. Yep. Before thirds are starting, so that's good. So not really sure what happened there. Ilanika Bernici, 150 on the bar getting loaded. This is a minimum jump, and it looks like she's going to time it out. Sometimes if it is a minimum jump on that third and you're like, you know what, I got what I got. I'm not going to be changing my position too much. It's just another 5 pounds. It's just 2.5 kilos on the total. I am going to do what Jordan does, and they're not even taking their farewell tour. Which, honestly, like, that's 90 seconds of their time. So, next time, Ilanika, if you do want that time, you have 90 seconds to parade around. You can say hi to everybody. You can fist bump the referees. You can ask how Mahar tossed out a white on a failed lift. He actually, I did ask him. He hit the screen because he saw her pitching forward. So he stood up and he hit the tablet when he was, like, moving to check to see if the lifter was okay, and then he looked down at it and he's like, oops.
Awesome.
And you know, that'll happen.
Sure. Yeah.
They're gonna load it now, 157.5. This is also not a positional change, so they may or may not come out for it. I think they will, though. Yeah, they do. Because this is one of those ones where you punched it in as your second, and you're like, I just want to get it.
Yeah.
If you think it's there, and I think this is the lifter that I said was off balance, I think the power's there.
Yep. Her opener was good.
And I think she's got it. She had a bit of a wobble. She might get one blue. And she did get one blue. But
She got it.
good
She went
overall,
like-
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's interesting because you know, like, you see it and you're like, okay, I think she could look like downward angle from this perspective, but it's not from the other.
Sure.
So, like, you can only see what you see at the time, so it's tough. But yeah, 2-1 good lift. I think I should go to Vegas with my predictions on lights. I'm okay so far.
You're doing good.
Yeah, I'm way better at that than I am with the mass last round. I didn't get enough coffee, guys.
I
I'm
still
sorry.
think you're doing better with the math than I am.
I
We
appreciate
got
that.
a lot of info on the screens, and honestly, digesting all of it is a little bit tricky.
We got very quick. No.
She has a hard time with that lockout. I wonder if there's an injury. I hope not.
Yeah.
Just at the very top, it looks
Yeah.
very,
Yeah, very tight. Her shoulders were kind of up. It's almost like she's trying to shrug it over into a locked position. That is very tough. It can take a bit to get your head wrapped around the fact that you're not actually lifting it, you're levering it. So Megan Mose is making a big change. She's taking a big drop. 12.5. So we're going to see what that means for her when that pops up on the other lifters. Right now we're on the 84s. So we'll know more when it's on the 84 plus screen.
Oh, what a pull.
Good lift there. 3 white lights pulling her temporarily into third. And so this is the one where I said she dropped down to just jump ahead Madison. And now Madison has the opportunity to pull. And she has to make this one. She can't drop the weight of the bar. So she has to get this one to get her back into third position. So pretty cagey little move there. They probably think that she's well in it. They could have made an adjustment earlier. The coaches could to help protect this position. But unfortunately, we're past that. So she's got to pull 12.5 kilos extra. And it's moving, but it is a struggle. And she is pulling through. And it looks like she's got the lock. That is clean. 3 whites. All day.
Nice.
And that's a lot of excitement there.
Yep.
Maybe too much excitement there.
Maybe.
Yeah.
So I heard some terminologies that could be not allowed on the platform, but I think they were in the back by then.
They were in the back.
So that's good. So we got a decrease, and Jolie Roy decreasing their attempt selection to 205. So that's basically just making sure that they bump up the thing. They're trying to make it just a bit too far for second to pull. You want to just get it safely out of reach.
Yeah.
Now, Megan Mose also did an adjustment. I think she decreased to 5 kilos. I think that's in reaction to knowing that Jackson cannot threaten her spot. So this means that she can just take whatever small amount she wants just to add to her total. This will be just shy of a PR for her. So she should be able to get this. And she does.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. It should be good.
All
Good lift. Yeah. Angeli Waugh decreased 5 kilos from 210, which would have been possibly a bit of a stretch. That would have been a 12.5 kilo jump. This is 7.5 kilo jump, a little bit more reasonable. This would add to her total and give her a 27.5 kilo lead on Salachok. And she has by far the weight advantage on Salachok. So Salachok would have to pull a solid 30 kilos to be able to pull in front of her.
Now this
Pull it an
remains
extra
a
30
PR
kilos.
for Angeli as well,
Yeah.
though. So this will be her first time pulling this weight.
And it is interestingly a 3 kilo PR, which would indicate that she has a provincial record from Quebec already. And so this likely... Oh, unfortunate.
So very close.
So if Salachuk can potentially lift 25 kilos extra, he's currently punched in for 12.5. I do not think she's going to be taking that big a stab, but she could if she wants to try. Trinity's going to be attempting to add 10 kilos to her total. She's just going to be further... Oh, we're losing this screen a lot. They're wobbling some stuff.
Yeah.
So we'll just have to describe to you. Trinity is coming out, getting all fired up, getting set. We got cameras back now. And it is not going to happen.
Very good
there.
effort, though.
She's already locked in for second place, so that's it. Congratulations to her. Nothing to scoff at. Silver medal at Canadian Nationals.
Oh, you got to be proud of that.
So proud. Now, Alexa is going to stick with the 12.5, so she's not going to do the hero pull, which would be, quite frankly, a lot. A huge reach. But she's going to be building up a solid total today. 492.5 if she gets it.
That's very impressive.
That's a huge total.
Here she comes down. Oh, yeah.
There you go. Solid. Coached on to success by Jeff Butt. And now Alexis in gold, going for gold, is gold. Alexis Seaman. She's got this locked up. This is all just for her. This is a national record.
Fantastic.
So she doesn't need to protect her spot or anything like that. So she's like, you know what? Let's shoot for it.
Yeah.
10.5 kilo jump from her last attempt to lock in this national record.
She's got the championship. Now she wants the record.
Yeah. And that's what you get. That is such a sensible way of doing it. You get your total locked in. You get that spot secured. She is on the world team now, guaranteed. But now the question is,
Can you make an amazing
can
day
you
even
make
better?
it even better? You've got Gino powerlifting there. You've got Alexis ready to go. Getting this set up. She's had such a clean deadlift so far today. All of her lifts today, so clean. And here we go. Get locked in, folks.
Oh, yeah. Come on.
It is up.
gonna make
It
it.
is locked.
She's got it.
She has got it, hands down.
3 white
Three
lights.
white lights. Congratulations to her. Canadian national record. It is very likely a national total record as well, given her numbers, given that how high that was, how big that deadlift component can be in your total. I would not be surprised if that is a Canadian national record total. So we'll have to check. But what a wonderful finish.
Fantastic.
She went 9 for 9. 543. I would be surprised if it wasn't. What
Really can't improve on that
No,
day. Like
no,
that,
not
that's
really,
about as
yeah.
good as it gets, I think.
that a legendary day for her. I am Jordan Phelps. I'm going to be signing off now, and I'm here with my friend.
Gregory Pike.
And so we will bid you adieu from Canadian Nationals 2026, Canada Powerlifting, St. John's, Newfoundland. Thanks again to all our sponsors, and thanks to you guys for tuning in. You guys take care, and bye for now.
Thanks again. Take care.